Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
I'll just take the appearances to begin with. Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. This morning I appear with Ms Marsh of Council.
Thank you. Thanks, Hogan Dory.
This morning I appear with Mr Glover. Later this afternoon when Mr Rosa is called, Mr Glover and Mr VR will take him.
Thank you. And it's Mr Flynn, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Please, Commissioner. My name is Flynn.
Thanks, Mr Flynn. Yes?
Commissioner, we put in an application for leave to cross-examine. That may have been overtaken by events in the supplementary statement. We just reserved the position pending.
Sure. I saw your application and it was approved, so if you need to play it by ear.
May it please, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. The first witness is Paul Menzies-McVey, who is present.
Right. Mr Menzies-McVey, would you prefer to take an oath or an affirmation?
Affirmation.
All right. Would you stand?
Response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you tell the Commission your full name, please?
Paul Alexander, Richard Menzies-McVey.
Mr Menzies-McVey, you were served with NTG-0162, a notice to give a statement and produce documents dated 13 January 2023, and you produced a statement in response dated 24 January 2023 and a supplementary statement dated 18 February 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There is a bundle of material before you which will include those statements, that notice and other documents to which I may take you. Commissioner, I take it you have a draft exhibit list for the day?
Yes, I do.
It's convenient at this point, even though Ms Marsh will take the evidence of Ms Blake and Mr Scott will later take the evidence of Mr Rosa, that I tender the exhibits on the draft list in their entirety at this point. It commences number 5269 and concludes number 5351.
Yes, those exhibits are admitted with the descriptions they bear in the list. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Menzies-McVey, the period with which your first statement is initially concerned is early January 2017, that's correct?
That's correct.
And at that point in time, you were acting in a position of some seniority within the Department of Human Services in the legal area?
That's correct. I was a senior executive band 1 on an ongoing basis, but for a period of 1 week just after the Christmas vacation, I was acting chief counsel.
And who were you replacing?
Annette Muzzolino.
Okay. Other people were acting in the department at that point in time, I think at deputy secretary and secretary level?
That's correct. I think there's often a period of leave around Christmas, and so there's quite a lot of acting in that period.
Was it Mr Barry Jackson who was acting secretary?
I believe so, yes.
All right. And so far as you were concerned, was it Ms Sue Cruz who was acting deputy secretary?
That's right, and she would have been my supervisor for that week.
And to your knowledge, was she acting in the place of Mr Jonathan Hudson?
I believe so.
Okay. Now, as you indicate in your first statement, from April 2016 until March 2017, you were the branch manager of the Business Transformation Legal Branch.
That's correct.
Which is one of 6 legal branches?
At the time, yes, that's correct.
And how many lawyers were in the Business Transformation Legal Branch?
It was a relatively small branch. I think there would have been potentially 12, 13 lawyers.
And when you say that's relatively small, is that compared to the 5 other legal branches?
Some of the other branches were very large, yes. And so I think there was approximately 200 people all told in the Legal Services Division. So my branch was a relatively small part of that overall workforce.
Now, you say that your role in that position was to provide strategic legal advice on major business, there's a typographical error, but transportation projects or transformation projects?
Transformation projects, that should be, yes. So there was a very large program, colloquially known as WIPIT, the Welfare Payments Transformation Program, in which the department was seeking to acquire technology that would enable it to provide services principally for the Centrelink program, but also for other government programs in a more efficient way. There was also a sort of a major telecommunications contract that related to the very sophisticated telephone system that the department used to deal with incoming telephone inquiries, and my branch provided assistance with the management of that contract.
The WIPIT program was an expensive program in the sense that it updated much of the information technology of the Centrelink office.
That's correct.
Which at that stage was outdated or becoming outdated?
It was becoming much more difficult to keep up to date, and I think one of the other issues was that it wasn't particularly flexible, and so as the government wished to deliver programs in a different way, they were often told that the system doesn't allow that to happen, or it doesn't allow it to happen easily, and so the WIPIT program was intended to provide a degree of agility, I think, to the way that the department was able to deliver services and particularly make payments.
In a period of at least a number of years, there were various upgrades proposed under the WIPIT program.
When I was in as you, I think, mentioned, I left the department in March 2017, and so at that stage, it was to be in the early stages of the WIPIT program, and so there was procurement being done, but there wasn't, at that stage, I don't think there was technology in place to be the early stages of the program. So it's a lot of planning and a lot of procurement.
In respect of the planning and the procurement side of things for WIPIT, were you kept updated about costing of the procurement and costing of the projected implementation?
I don't think I was a recipient of a specific report on that, but I sort of knew in broad terms that how much money was going to be involved in the various components, because that was relevant to the procurement documents that we were assisting other consultants to put together.
Like with any substantial expenditure, did you understand that that expenditure in terms of the department's obligations, at least in budget rounds, required funding or savings?
I wasn't closely involved, or in fact, that's probably overstating it. I wasn't involved in the putting together the budget bids for the WIPIT program, but I was aware that the government had decided to provide budget funding for that program, so it wasn't being absorbed by the department. There was actual specific allocated budget funding for the program.
Did you ever become aware, in your role in respect of WIPIT, of any relationship between the online compliance intervention scheme or the debt recovery scheme that commenced as a budget measure in 2015 and funding for the WIPIT program?
No, I wasn't.
During the week that you acted in Ms Musolino's position in early January 2017, I take it you recall the significant publicity surrounding the debt recovery scheme which was then underway.
And until I reviewed the emails, I must say I didn't recall the publicity, but it did seem that one of the, I did when I was looking at emails, there seemed to be quite a few media stories about reported on the Robodebt program in that period. So
I take it from your answer you still don't recall that, but you see it recorded in documents.
yeah, I mean, I have a general understanding that the media was interested at Robodebt at various points. I must say I didn't know exactly when that period was because I wasn't normally involved with the Robodebt program, so it wasn't sort of part of my business as usual. But I mean, it's the email trails show that there was a lot of media around that time. So and I'm perfectly happy to accept that. Yes.
What about your recollection of the Ombudsman's involvement? Do you have any independent recollection of discussing matters or meeting with the Ombudsman or representatives of that office?
I'm aware from the review of the emails that I did meet with, or there was a meeting with the Ombudsman. I think I attended it. I don't have a recollection of what was said at that meeting, although I do have an email that seems to have, I did see an email that seemed to result in part at least from that meeting. So yeah, I assume that I attended, but I don't recall what the meeting covered.
What about any independent recollection of the fact that Minister Porter was acting in the position of Minister Tudge during the period that you were acting in Ms Mussolino's position? If you say that's the case, I'm happy to accept it, but I had no knowledge of that, and I'm sorry, I didn't. I don't recall. What about any independent recollection of a Senate inquiry into the scheme in early 2017 when you returned to your substantive position? I don't. When I returned to my substantive position, I remained at the department until March, when I went on to another role. So I may not have had particular focus on the Robodebt program. At the time, in the business transformation legal branch, there was a lot of activity, and so I think my focus was very much on the role of my branch. And does that include the publicity surrounding the Ombudsman's investigation after you stopped acting in Ms Mussolino's position? That is, you don't have any independent recollection of it? No, I do not. Your statement indicates that you left the department in March 2017 and then returned and took up a role in July 2018 with the Department of Social Services. Is that the sequence? Yes, I left the Department of Human Services in March 2017 and went to work at an IT company. And when you returned in July 2018 to DSS, it was in a legal role? No. When you say return, I mean, I hadn't previously been at DSS, but when I joined DSS, initially I worked as a senior executive branch manager, but in a policy role that had nothing to do with the legal services team at DSS. And then you came to be involved into the DSS Legal Services branch directly in about May 2019. That's correct. So about 2 years and 2 or 3 months after you left DSS, you were back into the legal stream. Yes. And when you returned to the legal stream in May 2019 in DSS, Catherine Campbell was the Secretary of DSS. That's correct. Nathan Williamson was a Deputy Secretary at DSS. Correct. Both of those persons were in Secretary and Deputy Secretary roles at DHS when you were there in January 2017. Certainly, Catherine Campbell was the Secretary. Nathan Williamson was certainly there. I'm just not sure whether he was a Deputy Secretary when I was there in 2017, but I'm happy to accept that he was, if that's the case. All right. And soon after you took up that role as a Deputy Chief Counsel in DSS Legal Services Branch in May 2019, you became aware that DSS had obtained some advice from Clayton Utz in respect of the debt recovery scheme implemented by DHS.
That's correct. It wasn't immediately after I became the Deputy Chief Counsel, but it was relatively short period.
A matter of weeks?
Yes.
Yes. Now, when you took up that role in May 2019, were you aware, or did you very soon become aware, of litigation in the federal court in respect of Ms Masterton?
Yes, I was. I think I became aware of, it was in the context of me understanding or getting up to speed, as it were, on the current federal court matter in Masterton.
Yes.
That I was trying to understand the issues raised by that case and the significance of it. And I think at that point I became aware of the draft Clayton Utz advice.
And how did you become aware of that?
It was conveyed to me by, the branch had a number of different teams that did a number of different types of work. So one of those teams did social security law advice, and I think that team provided me with a number of briefing documents about how it all worked and what we did in relation to matters with Services Australia, and this was a part of that bundle of things I received as sort of like I guess it was a sort of induction, but it was just sort of learning how that part of the branch worked.
And how big was the social security law part of that branch?
It had varied, but between say 5 or 6 people in most, and so the total branch was of the order of 35 to 40, depending on whether you count lawyers and only lawyers or as support staff as well. But the social security team was a sort of a small part of that overall branch structure, and so my time was sort of shared between the various things that the branch did.
The induction or briefing that you received soon after you commenced in that position, was that provided in an email to you with various attachments?
No, I think when I first went to the branch, I tried to have a lot of sort of face-to-face chats with people in the branch as a new branch manager. It's sort of my feeling was that was the best way to sort of introduce myself to the team, and so people could understand and I could ask questions. And so it's entirely possible that some documents, including the draft Clayton Utz advice, were emailed to me or handed to me in hard copy. I think most of my briefing was sort of in the nature of an oral briefing.
Were you surprised when you received a copy of the Clayton Utz advice?
I was.
And does that emotional response indicate that you can recall how you received it?
No, I remember given access to it, and as I say, I don't know whether that was a hard copy or an email, but I did then read it, and it was surprising to me that the advice was a draft advice and obtained from Clayton Utz in that way. So,
what do you mean by that?
well, if an advice was, there were a couple of things about the advice that I thought were sort of worthy of note in my mind. The first is, and this may potentially have been because I had experience at DHS, and sort of understood that that often the the way the programs are delivered is very complicated, and DSS sometimes doesn't know all the intricacies of every paragraph of every letter that might be sent to customers and what have you. So it seems surprising that the Clayton Utz advice had been obtained without consultation with Services Australia, because they would be able to much better inform Clayton Utz about the exact chain of events and what letters would have been sent to the person. The second thing about the Clayton Utz advice is, from recollection, it was just an advice about an AAT1, a particular AAT1 matter that didn't seem to, and Clayton Utz didn't seem to have been instructed about the correspondence that may have been sent to this person, and they weren't asked to advise about whether there was any legal implications from the fact that people may have, the customer may have received correspondence prior to the debt being raised. The other thing that I thought was interesting was that the advice was sought from Clayton Utz, and Clayton is a very highly respected law firm in administrative law, but if an advice that was going towards the issue of whether a program was sort of being conducted properly, that was a sort of a cabinet, well, a major government program, I would have expected the advice to have been sought from AGS rather than from Clayton Utz, if only because if the matter needed to be escalated to a minister or cabinet down the track, then AGS advice would have been required, and so getting advice from Clayton Utz would have possibly just been only a first step of what would need to have been a two-step process. So I would have thought that if DSS was concerned about the program at some point, perfectly appropriate to get advice, but probably in consultation with Services Australia, providing a full briefing to the legal service provider about how the program worked, and I expect advice from AGS so that the advice could be seen as authoritative on that point.
These were all views you formed upon reading the advice within a few weeks of coming into the role?
Yes.
What questions did you ask then about all of those issues of the Social Security law team?
I checked that this advice, that people within the department knew of the existence of the draft advice, and I understood that from the answer from the Social Security team to be that people were aware of the draft advice. At that stage, a decision had been made to brief the Solicitor General to provide advice on the income compliance program, and so I thought that in a sense, events had sort of overtaken the Clayton Utz advice, because if the Solicitor General was going to provide advice, it would be regarded as completely authoritative within the Commonwealth about the lawfulness or lack thereof of the program, and so in a sense the Clayton Utz advice was something that was no longer of future sort of significance in terms of guiding the department or about this matter, because I thought within a period of a couple of months, as it turned out, it was a little bit longer than that, but I thought within a period of a month or two, we'd have a definitive advice from the Solicitor General about the program.
But at that point in time, in May or June, the Solicitor General had not yet been briefed.
No, the Solicitor General hadn't been briefed, but a decision had been made that he would be briefed. And so the actual process of briefing the Solicitor General seemed to have been delayed a little by the election around May that year, and so there's I think Services Australia were of the view that it's important that the Minister, whoever that might be, post-election, was aware that advice was going to be obtained from the Solicitor General on the program, and so there was a pause during the election campaign until a minister was sworn in before proceeding to get the advice. But as soon as, I think my recollection is that very shortly after the minister was sworn in, post-election, minister confirmed the advice should be obtained, and work was underway, from that point to prepare necessary questions, observations, supporting documents.
You're giving your evidence there about your belief of the state of mind or collective state of mind of Services Australia. What was the view of DSS about the question?
Are you asking me whether things should have paused during the election campaign, or?
Yes.
I don't know what I can't speak for DSS. I can speak for myself, and so I remember thinking that I wasn't sure this is something that the caretaker conventions would necessarily prevent happening, in the sense that bureaucrats were just obtaining legal advice on an existing program as opposed to some future program. But at the same time, there seemed to be, I was relatively confident that the advice would be obtained post-election. So yes, there might have been a 6-week delay or something, which is, in my view, not ideal, but it didn't seem to me to be a sort of a fundamental problem that needed some intervention on my part.
Can I just ask this? That Clayton Utes advice had been sitting around in DSS since August the previous year. You're looking at it in about June 2019?
Yeah, it would have been sort of late. Commissioner, I think it would have been sort of late May, early June, yeah.
Right. Did you ask what on earth had been happening with it?
I didn't ask as to what decisions were made not to take it out of, to progress it from its draft state. My view would have been, but for the fact that the Solicitor General's advice was going to be obtained, which has sort of made this sort of consideration less relevant, I think I would have said to DSS, well, it's probably not good to have a draft advice sitting there that's not complete, because it clearly doesn't completely advise on the issue, because it didn't deal with what legal significance, if any, the sort of the correspondence process with the applicant, with the customer had. And so the option would have been to either go back to Clayton Utes and provide them with better briefing and ask them further questions, or alternatively, which would have been my preference, to go to AGS and ask them a complete set of questions about the program. But as I mentioned in evidence, Mr. Gregory, in answer to Mr. Gregory's questions, I thought that this issue, in a sense, had been overtaken by the fact that the Commonwealth was already underway in getting sort of like the definitive legal advice that would sort of, be the only legal advice that the Commonwealth would rely upon. So in a sense, I didn't need to go back and explore that history, because sort of a better result was already underway.
But you have this advice which says that the Act does not accommodate averaging. That's the effect of it, that averaging is not a thing you can do under the Social Security Act. And just wait.
Sure.
Somebody in your department has received that advice in August the previous year, and absolutely nothing has happened. Is that not a concern? Do you not worry about the practices of the department and make some inquiries to see how did that happen?
I didn't undertake an investigation of the circumstances of that, Commissioner.
Did you just ask anybody what happened?
I don't recall doing that. I think that I personally don't like having draft advices because their status is sort of unclear.
Never mind the status. What about the content? This is a bit of a concern because it is saying that a program which the government's been operating for a couple of years now actually is illegal. So it doesn't trouble you that that's been left to fester?
Commissioner, I think what I would say is that I don't think the advice, I mean, it's certainly a very important point that the way that social security benefits are calculated in social security law requires evidence of actual earnings, not averaged earnings. And that's completely an important point. The Clayton Utts advice, from my recollection, did not engage at all with whether the engagement with the customer prior to a debt being raised properly allowed decision makers to draw inferences from the customer's lack of engagement. And so I wouldn't characterise that advice as saying that the program was unlawful. I think it's making a very important point about how social security law is drafted, but there's a distinction between that and saying that the income compliance program itself was sort of led to unlawful consequences because of this extra step that Solicitor General ultimately advised that the extra step didn't have significance, but I think that was a very real legal issue. And so I certainly can say that, but for the fact that the Solicitor General was going to be instructed to provide advice, I would have felt uncomfortable about that advice staying as a draft advice and not being completed. I would have either asked Clayton Utts to do further advice in a more complete way, or in consultation with Services Australia, or had asked, preferably, AGS to do a more complete advice on it. But I didn't have to do that because
you're going to get the Solicitor General's opinion.
advice.
You've told us that. What I'm more interested in is why were you comfortable with people in your department apparently being prepared to let this thing just sit there for almost a year without action, without asking a few questions about how does that happen? Who takes responsibility for this?
Okay, Commissioner, I think that I was sort of looking towards managing the current and future issues, legal issues. I didn't have the mindset of I guess examining prior activities of the legal services branch, and so there was a lot to do going forward, and so I guess I was looking in a forward direction rather than a rear direction, and it wasn't the normal practice of, I would have been quite concerned had we sort of, under my term as branch manager, if that sort of, negative draft advices were obtained and just let to sit on the file. But I'm not aware of any instances when I was a branch manager where that happened. So it's not as though I was thinking this is some bad practices in the branch I need to get rid of. I think all the lawyers in the branch were very capable and conscientious, and so I didn't feel like there was...
You didn't see an issue there?
I didn't see an issue.
All right, thank you.
Well, by this time, the department also as I think you said, was aware of the Masterton proceedings and you were
Yes.
looking into that. Undoubtedly, you became aware of an advice from Mr Ensby dated 27 March 2019 in respect of the Masterton proceedings.
Belatedly.
What do you mean belatedly?
I think I received a copy of that advice sort of late in June, so it was somewhat after it was produced.
And how were you shown a copy of that?
I believe I obtained it from a branch manager in Services Australia, the litigation branch manager, whose name's currently escaping me, but...
Mr French?
No, it wasn't Mr French. Maybe... but it was a branch manager of the litigation branch at Services Australia. And ideally, that advice would have been shared with us earlier because we're interested in the Masterton proceedings, and it would have been sort of useful to have seen that advice at an earlier point.
When you say you received it in June, are you giving that evidence from recollection or have you looked at a document?
There is, I think I have seen an email. I have seen an email where that was sent to me in June.
Is that an email that you've included in a reference in your statement?
I don't believe so.
All right. Is it the case that you reviewed your emails for the period from when you commenced the Deputy Chief Counsel role in May 2019 through to the end of the year?
Yes.
Preparing your statement?
Yes.
All right. What emails did you identify about how the Clayton Utes advice was provided to you?
I did search to see whether I could see an email where it was sent to me in that period of late May, early June. I couldn't see an email from that. So it's as I've stated previously, it may have been given to me as a hard copy following a conversation. So I certainly remember reading it. So I must have got it in. There's probably only two options. I either could have got it by email or I could have got it in hard copy. So I'm inferring that the fact that I couldn't see an email probably means that it was given to me in a hard copy.
Who were the 6 lawyers in the team, in the Social Security branch at the time?
The three EL2s were Anna Fredericks, Gisela Aspern, and Anne Pulford, and there were a couple of EL1s, Sam Willis. I would need to refresh my memory about the more junior lawyers at the time.
Were your main dealings in this respect with Ms Fredericks and Ms Pulford?
Yes, although I think Gisela Aspern was also a very capable and experienced lawyer who I think may have been able to contribute some things.
You remained as Deputy Chief Counsel from May 2019 until September 2019 when you were appointed as Chief Counsel. During that period of time, in respect of the Solicitor General's advice, the Masterton proceedings, the Amato proceedings, did you have regular contact with solicitors in the team?
Yes.
Including Ms Pulford?
Yes.
Were you at all troubled about her ability to recall events or provide information to you about advice she had given previously?
No, I reviewed more the more sensitive or difficult advices on social security law. I was also involved in sort of legislation that related to social security law, explanatory memorandums and the like, instruments. I've found that all three of the EL2 lawyers, or the sort of that I mentioned, are all very capable, and I thought their advice was sound. Sometimes it made some edits, but it was a sort of, I thought their advice was sound, and their work was of a high standard.
And Ms Pulford didn't have any difficulty, to your observation, with her working memory?
No.
You came to be aware at some point of an advice she provided in 2014.
2014 or 2017?
2014?
I'm aware of some internal advice that she gave. Sorry, hopefully my memory's not failing me, but I thought that was 2017. But I was aware of she gave some email advice about the program, and well, not about the program, but about averaging and whether averaging could be legally acceptable in some circumstances.
I might take you just to that point.
Sure.
Without trying to get off track too far. Can you go to tab 48, Exhibit 5331? On 22 November 2019, Ms Fredericks sends you an email which sets out an advice in which Ms Pulford, or to which Ms Pulford is attached in terms of being a recipient in the emails. And if you look over to the second page, .0036, you'll see that Anne Pulford at the top of the page second counselled the advice. You see that?
Yes, I see that. In my mind, that was an advice that I was thinking of Simon Jordan having given.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes, certainly it's under his name. When was the first time you became aware of this? Was it around the time of the Clayton Utes advice?
I think so. I think I became aware of the 2014 advice, the 2017 advice, and the Clayton Utes draft advice at more or less the same time.
And then perhaps within a week or two, you belatedly receive the AGS advice in respect of the Masterton proceedings.
Yes, I think it would have been, I think it was late June that I received the AGS advice, so it might have been more likely the 2 or 3 weeks, but...
And so the only advice of the group that you were provided within perhaps as little as 4 to 8 weeks of starting in the role that was inconsistent with the proposition that averaging could not be used to raise a debt was Ms Pulford's email advice of 2017.
Yes.
Right, surely at that point, having been aware of 3 advices that arrived at a conclusion that averaging was unlawful, you became concerned about how the scheme was still continuing.
I think that, and sort of just to hark back to what I said previously, I think if Masterton never been commenced and there was no prospect of Solicitor General advice, I think I would have been concerned. But the fact that Masterton was a live matter before the federal court, I knew that the Commonwealth would need to get legal advice on that matter as part of the legal services directions to ensure that it was and that advice AGS was acting in Masterton, so the advice would either come from AGS or, well, I expected initially from AGS, but then a decision had made to go to Solicitor General, and so I guess my state of mind was that there was uncertainty about perhaps an undesirable level of uncertainty about the legal underpinnings of that scheme, but steps were already underway to resolve that uncertainty in the best way possible.
There was no uncertainty about the AGS advice in the Masterton proceedings, though, was there?
Well, as I said, I didn't
fundamental point.
receive that, and I didn't see that advice until sort of late June. What that would have done, I think, is had I seen the advice and the recommendation that the Solicitor General be briefed, which I think was AGS's suggestion earlier, I guess I would have been a little more enthusiastic for the advice to be provided quickly. To be clear about the chronology, the recommendation following the AGS advice in March 2019 was that it would be prudent to obtain senior counsel's advice or Solicitor General's advice. And that plainly hadn't reached the point where the Solicitor General was briefed, even as at June 2019. That's correct, but can I, just on that chronology from my perspective, and not having seen that AGS advice on Masterton, by the time I became the branch manager in May, I don't know quite when after receiving the AGS advice in March, but before I became engaged in this in May, a decision had been made to follow that suggestion to get the Solicitor General's advice, and so I wasn't, in a sense, aware that there had been any delay. All I knew was that Masterton was still on foot, it hadn't settled, and that steps were underway to get the Solicitor General's advice on this matter, both to support the Commonwealth's position in Masterton more generally, and then, as I have given evidence just a few moments ago, there was this sort of pause on that process because of the federal election, which potentially I thought was unnecessary, but the steps cranked up fairly straight away after the election had been decided, or election had occurred.
What was the Commonwealth's position on Masterton?
I think there was a feeling that we needed to get legal advice to ensure that the defence was appropriate, that the Commonwealth would want to have any defence it put on in that matter supported by senior legal advice. And so I think what had happened in Masterton from memory is that on the basis of evidence that had been put on, that I think there's evidence of the debt had changed, and so Services Australia had, I think the expression is zeroed the debt, but had determined that no debt remained in the Masterton matter, and the expectation was that might cause the plaintiff to no longer continue with those proceedings because there was no ongoing suggestion she had a debt. However, the federal court proceedings weren't discontinued, and Ms. Masterton wanted a declaration of some type, and so the Commonwealth was forced into this position, not forced, but the Commonwealth's next step in that process was that the Commonwealth engaged with those proceedings, and it needed, therefore, to put on a defence that needed to be supported by legal advice, and the legal advice was would it need to come from either AGS, who are solicitors for the Commonwealth on the matter, or the Solicitor General, who was at that stage briefed, or in the course of being briefed.
Well, he's either briefed or not.
No.
The instructions were still being worked out between the departments.
I accept that.
But as at June 2019, when you read the AGS advice in the Masterton proceedings, you couldn't identify a defence to the declaration which was sought by Ms Masterton in that advice.
I think I would come back to the point that there was Services Australia attributed a lot of merit to this process of engaging with customers before debts were raised, where matters were put to customers quite explicitly that this is what the Solicitor General thought, perhaps not explicitly enough, but matters were raised with the customer and suggested that you're in a better position effectively to be able to, if this is not correct, tell us and we will make a different decision. And so that process, the legal consequences, if any, of that process before raising debts hadn't been advised on. So we didn't really know whether, I think what I'd say is that it was uncertain whether that process enabled a decision maker to draw sufficient inferences that would make a debt decision not unlawful.
When you say it was uncertain, are you saying that's because what Ms Pulford said in her 2017 advice engaged with some issue about giving a customer an opportunity to provide information?
No, I don't think what I've just said was sort of based upon the Pulford advice. I think it was just that this is sort of such a central element to the income compliance program that the legal significance of it needed to be thought through, and that, to my knowledge, hadn't been done.
How did you arrive at that view, that this question about the notice given to recipients was such a significant part of the program that it needed to specifically be addressed in terms of the question of legislative construction?
I would say that on any description of any of the various iterations of the income compliance program, and I sort of knew of it generally rather than in a great deal of specifics, but I was even with my sort of less than absolute thorough knowledge of the program, the program was much more than automatically taking ATO income, dividing it by 26 and applying that to a particular debt. Sorry, applying it to a particular income period and then saying you may or may not have a debt in relation to that period. It was a more sophisticated, all iterations of the income compliance program were a more sophisticated program than that simple applying an average and determine a debt. The customer was always engaged, and as the program developed, more thoroughly engaged in that process, and the customers would very generally have the bank statements or whatever that would show their actual earnings in particular periods. And so I think as outlined in the Solicitor General's advice, it's sort of an expectation that some inferences can be drawn if a customer is sent a notice of a proposed decision. The customer has in their bottom drawer or available online or whatever it might be, bank statements that would show that particular debt decision was not going to be accurate, could relatively easily, in most cases, not all, in most cases could relatively easily say to Services Australia, that's just not correct. I earned all the income over the summer holidays. Here's my Westpac statement to show that that's the case, and then there'd be presumably a debt wouldn't be raised. There's a reasonable, as the Solicitor General said, there's an inference can be drawn from, some inference may be able to be drawn from the fact that you don't, as a customer, doesn't respond to that. Now, the Solicitor General went on for some time in his opinion about what inferences could be drawn and the significance of it. And I think that was the first time that there'd been detailed legal advice about whether that process was legally significant to the debt decision or not. Now, the Solicitor General ultimately concluded that it was not, and that had ramifications for the income compliance program. But I think certainly at the time I was thinking that the Solicitor General would explore all aspects of the program, and if it was, he would either say that the program had high, low, medium legal risk and potentially suggest ways to mitigate those risks, and that would inform the way that the Commonwealth handled the federal court litigation that was current.
Yes, I don't think you've answered my question.
I'm sorry, Councillor.
My question was about your statement that you formed a view that the exchange of letters or the notices given to a recipient were a central part of the compliance program, which had not been addressed. And obviously you had that view upon receipt of these various legal advices in May and June 2019.
I certainly recall thinking that the Clayton Utz advice, draft Clayton Utz advice, didn't deal with that aspect of the program.
Which indicates that you considered or were alive to gaps that you perceived to exist in the Clayton Utz advice.
That's correct.
Which follows from your view that the notices given to customers were a significant part of the scheme.
That's correct.
And my question was, how did you arrive at that view when you understood the question related to legislative construction? You gave me an answer about lots of things, including subsequent information, and I'm asking you about your knowledge or the basis on which you formed your view in May and June 2019, that there were some holes in these advices.
My view was that the process of engaging with the customer about a proposed debt decision may have made it easier or more acceptable from a legal point of view for a decision maker to form the view that that the averaged ATO data was in fact likely to be the income for a particular period. Now, I wasn't certain about that. I didn't do research on that myself. I didn't provide advice on it myself.
You didn't ask anyone about it?
Well, no, because the Solicitor General was, with a decision had been taken to ask the person who would give the most definitive advice on it. So it seemed to me no point in asking more junior lawyers in my team what they thought when the Solicitor General was going to be providing a definitive view on it.
Did you ask Ms Pulford how she reconciled the 2014 advice with the 2017 advice once you saw them both together?
No, I didn't.
Why not?
Well, I didn't think that was an important matter for anything that was currently, any of the work that's currently in the branch, because as I'm trying not to be repetitive, but in a sense, the correct answer, whatever that might be, was in the course of being sought from the Solicitor General, and so any discussion that I might have had with Ms Pulford or any other lawyer in my branch would have really been not to the point, because what we thought of the matter was probably not relevant in the context that we're going to have the Solicitor General form a view about the matter.
Can I just ask you about something you said? You said the process of the customer engaging with the department. But the whole point was the customer didn't engage and they had their income averaged and they were under no obligation to engage. And yet out of that you draw an inference that averaging must be fine. That's just magical thinking, isn't it?
I think the point, Commissioner, I was trying to make is that what inferences could lawfully be drawn needed to be thought through.
Okay, the inference is to be drawn from somebody who doesn't respond to something they have no obligation to respond to. What's the legal inference you draw there?
I think the argument, and the Solicitor General's advised on this, and I completely accept his view on it. About if someone, I think that the view is if someone is proposing to make an administrative decision that's detrimental to you, and you have materials sitting on your desk that can very readily show that decision would be incorrect, that many people would respond and say, that's just not correct, and I can show you why it isn't correct. Now, as the Solicitor General's, it's in evidence, the Solicitor General is from the view that people don't have a duty to respond and no inferences can be drawn, an inference can't be drawn sufficient to give decisive weight to the average debt decision. But most people wouldn't want a debt decision to be made that they knew to be wrong. And
well, I wouldn't like to have lots of things happen to me, but it doesn't mean that the fact that I don't respond in writing means that they should, does it? It depends on whether they're lawful.
that is correct, Commissioner, but I think there was an opportunity there was, I think, and different iterations of the income compliance program did this less, better or worse, but there was an opportunity for a customer to respond relatively easily to that notice. But I'm not at all suggesting that it wasn't, that people would have been distressed to receive the notice.
All right, I think we may have exhausted you on the law of inferences, presumptions, etc.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
You appreciated when you saw the 2014 advice, the Clayton Utes advice, the Masterton advice, that if those advices were correct, then the scheme under which debts were raised for the last 4 years, 3.5 years, was without legal foundation.
Well, I think that comment particularly applies to the 14 advice and the Clayton Utes advice rather than the 2017 advice, because that was be supportive.
Yes, I said the Masterton advice.
Oh, sorry, the Masterton advice.
But your evidence was that you didn't have much regard to the 2017 advice in terms of the notice to recipients. So that's why my question focuses on the 2014 advice, the Clayton Utes advice, and the Masterton advice. And my question is, you appreciated that if those advices were correct, the debts raised for the past 3.5 years under the various iterations of the scheme had no legal basis.
That would have been the consequence, yes.
And you appreciated that in May and June of 2019.
I don't recall a moment where I sat and pondered that particular thought, but it would have been apparent to me that if debts had been raised in an unlawful way, then that would be a very serious issue for the Commonwealth.
And so you appreciated that when you read it in May and June 2019.
I'm saying that's like I don't personally have that recollection, but I think the position you're putting to me, I'm happy to accept. Yeah.
All right. And it follows from the fact that you appreciated that in May and June 2019, that the continuation of the scheme had very significant consequences for potential recipients of further debt letters while you were awaiting the Solicitor General's advice?
I'm not sure that my mind turned to that, but
You're in the Department of Social Services, which is an agency which is the policy and legislative oversight body for the Department of Services Australia, or DHS, which implements the delivery of social security payments. How did you not turn your mind to the effect on recipients after reading those three advices?
my view was I was happy that the matter was going to be finally determined if by the Solicitor General or indeed potentially by a court in Marston and Ramato, and so that the lawfulness or otherwise of the program could be resolved. I was happy for that to, for that to be clarified, because I certainly would be, I would be uncomfortable, clearly, with the department oversighting a program that was unlawful of any type, and especially a large program such as this. So the fact that there was going to be clarity, I thought was a very good thing.
Did you have any level of discomfort about what had transpired over the past 3.5 years, given those advices?
I think my focus was very much on the present and the immediate future rather than in the past. But I think that whatever had happened in the past, the best way to change, if a change needed to be made to the program, the best way to do that is to get the advice as quickly as possible, to consider it, have the government consider it as quickly as possible, and make changes to the program if that's what was required. So I thought, from my point of view, whatever the position was in terms of the program, steps were being taken to resolve any issues that existed with the program, and in a way that was most likely to achieve the outcome that if corrections were needed, corrections would be made.
You were content for debts to continue to be raised after receiving those advices, pending the Solicitor General's advice?
It was my view was that this was a government program that would, the government would need to decide to turn off if it would need it, and the government needed to have definitive advice, clear advice from an appropriate person, IGS or the Solicitor General, to make that decision, and that internal, I think the AGS advice suggested that further advice be obtained. The Clayton Youth advice, in my mind, didn't completely deal with the problem, and the internal advices, I think, the government's not going to make any decisions on the basis of internal advices of that nature. So the only way in which the program would change or terminate would be for the government to do so on the basis of senior advice, and we were working towards getting that advice. So I thought that, in a sense, everything that could be done to resolve uncertainty was being done.
When you say everything that could be done, what about the responsibility of the Secretary under the Public Governance, Performance and Accountability Act for the administration of government funds in respect of a scheme that might be unlawful, and that continuing. Did you have any concern there?
I thought that in the context where there was legal uncertainty and we were acting to resolve that legal uncertainty, I didn't have concerns. I would have had concerns if the Solicitor General had given advice that it was unlawful and the program continued, but that's not the situation that you asked me about.
Well, you understood that one of the things you did in January 2017 when you were acting for Ms Musolino was put in train a request for legal advice.
That's correct.
It was a hot topic at the time.
Yes.
And by the time you arrived at the Department of Social Services, it appeared to you, at least on their side of the equation, that the legal advice they had received, including from the AGS and Clayton Utes, was that the scheme had no legal basis.
I might just go back to some of the comments I made before. I think in that, and as I say, I'm not trying to be repetitive, but I didn't think the Clayton Utes advice could be characterised as an advice that the income compliance program was unlawful. It definitely said some troubling things about social security law and how it worked, but it didn't deal with the other point that I've had the discussion with the Commissioner about. And the AGS advice itself recommended further advice be obtained from Senior Counsel or the Solicitor General on the matter. So, well, I think in a sense the AGS recommendations were being implemented by getting that advice from the Solicitor General.
Right. Well, you undoubtedly, because of the significance of the point, raised the matter with the Chief Counsel.
I think I had regular weekly meetings with the Chief Counsel. I'm confident, well, I don't have recollections of any particular conversation. I'm sure that the Masterton matter and would have been one of the things that we discussed.
Did you keep a diary during your time at DSS?
I kept a written record that really, a paper diary that recorded, I think, times of attendance really more so than anything else. But I didn't keep detailed written file notes of meetings with my Chief Counsel. Sorry, yeah, the Chief Counsel.
Have you had regard to that document in preparing your statement?
I haven't. I think my practice with those, because they just had attendance, you know, my diaries largely had attendance things in them, potentially the odd lunch engagement or something, though I didn't regard them as sort of records that, so I haven't, no, I haven't. I think my practice was just to, when the diary had finished its life, to not retain it because it didn't have any official information in it.
Have you kept any diaries from your time at DSS?
No.
Have you destroyed them all?
I believe so. It's my practice to keep, as I say, there are a variety of, from sort of pocket diaries to sort of A4, depending on my mood of the year, but they really just recorded material such as arrived at 8:10, left at 7 p.m. or something. It's that sort of information in them only. So it wasn't my practice to keep detailed or indeed any sort of diary of that in a form of a diary of detailed handwritten notes of meetings. I may well have taken, if I was meeting with the Chief Counsel, I may well have taken a jot pad in with me in case he asked me to do something and I could write it down as an aide-memoire, but not more than that.
Why was it important to make a note of what time you arrived at the office and what time you left?
I think I just, it didn't relate to my remuneration, but it was just useful for me to keep track of how many hours. In fact, I was working there for I guess, for my own well-being. In fact, it ended up being very large numbers of hours, but so probably it was telling me a poor message. But.
So did you ask the Chief Counsel whether they had seen the Clayton Utes advice from
I don't recall.
2018?
I don't recall doing that explicitly. No.
Because you would agree the obvious question about the date of the receipt of that advice in 2018 was why wasn't it finalised?
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether there was certainly. If it was going to be finalised, it should have probably been consulted with. It should have been consultation with Services Australia about who no doubt would have wanted further information to be provided to the provider. But I don't recall, because this, and I come back to what I said before, that if we're in a hypothetical world where...
I'm not asking you about worlds. I'm asking you about your state of mind and whether the obvious question about the date of the receipt of it was why wasn't it finalised?
The point I was trying to make, and I apologise for using the hypothetical, was that given that an advice was being obtained, albeit, as it turns out, it took some time for instructions to get to the Solicitor General, I didn't think, looking back into events of the previous year, about this advice was a priority for me. But yeah, the point I was going to make was that if the Solicitor General advice wasn't being obtained, I may well have taken a different approach.
All right, so you didn't consider the obvious question about why it wasn't finalised in May 2019?
I didn't think it was important in the context of the Solicitor General advice being obtained.
It was an easy question to ask, Ms Fredericks, wasn't it?
Possibly, but I don't think I just didn't think that was an important priority for me to look back into the events of 6 or so, more than that, 9 months ago.
But that was the whole point. There was such a significant delay between the date of the receipt of that advice and what was happening in 2019. You weren't troubled by the delay?
My view is that the Clayton Utes advice clearly needed further work. For whatever reason, DSS didn't engage Clayton Utes to do that further work in 2018, but by 2019, a different and better course had been embarked upon, and that would lead to a more satisfactory outcome one way or the other.
All right, so you weren't troubled about the delay, I take it?
Can you just clarify what delay you're talking about?
Well, you recall that the Clayton Utes advice was provided in August 2018
Yes.
to the department?
Yes.
Right. And no step had been taken to finalise the advice between August 2018 and when you came to see it in May 2019?
Yeah, so and thanks for that clarification, Council. I didn't see it as a delay in the sense that I didn't think that people were proposing to do more work with the Clayton Utes advice and for a period of 8 or 9 months no work had been done. So I didn't see it as a delay. I assumed that a decision had been made not to do any further work with the Clayton Utes advice. So that's why I'm not seeing it as a delay.
Why did you assume that that decision had been made?
Because if a decision, if Clayton Utes was going to be asked to do further work, almost certainly they would have not had a delay of 9 months before asking to do further work.
And so what possibilities crossed your mind about the reason for the decision not to take that advice further, given its content?
I think I would say that if I was the branch manager at the time, I probably wouldn't have wanted that advice obtained from in that way. I mean, it may, if a decision, and this sort of goes back to some of the evidence I've given a little while ago, I think if a decision had been made that we needed legal advice on a particular, on an aspect of the income compliance program, I would have suggested strongly that it be obtained from AGS, and I would have suggested strongly that we consult with Services Australia, and I would have suggested strongly that all aspects of the legal service provider be properly briefed about how the program worked on a day-to-day basis, and be asked to give advice on that. So, in a sense, the Clayton Utes advice, which was to ask about one aspect of an AAT1 matter, without consultation with Services Australia, was probably not the optimal way of getting legal advice on the program. So my question may have been, why it would have equally been, rather than why did not finalise the Clayton Utes advice, as to why didn't we get more comprehensive advice on the income compliance program in consultation with Services Australia.
And so did you ask that question?
I didn't, because at the time I became the branch manager, we were in fact doing that.
The supplementary statement that you provide say that you were surprised to see the Clayton Utes advice, and then you describe what you were told and who knew about it in very general terms. When you say you confirmed with the Social Security law team that the Chief Counsel and others were aware of it, who are you referring to in that team?
I'm not able to recall who voiced those words to me, but I do recall that there was a discussion. The Social Security law team sat quite close to where I sat, and so I very often, if I was talking to them about a particular matter, I would leave my office, go and talk to them all in open plan office situation, and we'd have a sort of almost like an impromptu group discussion about things. I certainly had the impression that from that conversation that people were aware of it. Now, again, as consistent with my subsequent experience within the department, but I mean, I would have found it truly extraordinary if an advice had been obtained in draft on a topic such as this and the Chief Counsel was not aware of it. So I think that had I thought that the Chief Counsel didn't know that advice had been obtained, I certainly would have taken action.
So the question on your mind was, has this been provided to the Chief Counsel, and you initiated an impromptu discussion about that?
That's correct.
Who was the Chief Counsel?
Anthony Seabach.
And the Social Security Policy Division, who are you referring to there?
There was a division in the department who was responsible for all policy considerations for Social Security. So there was a sort of general, a sort of first assistant secretary and several assistant secretaries. So that team, I was, in my statement, I was referring to that division and to the relevant branches within it, with whom the Social Security law team worked quite closely.
And so in your question, in this impromptu discussion, did you say, are the Social Security Policy Division aware of it?
Yeah, I would have said words to that effect, yes.
And you still can't recall who you asked?
Well, my recollection was that it wasn't as... I was talking to a group of people and I
Who
got...
did the group comprise?
Well, it would have been the people that were, as I've previously given evidence, that there were 3 L2s in that team, Anna Fredericks and Anne Pulford and Gisela Aspen, and then I think that I'm assuming that the impression that I gained from that conversation would have been taken from remarks made by one of those 3.
You refer to the department's executive. Who are you referring to there?
The relevant Deputy Secretary Nathan Williamson and Catherine Campbell.
That is, you were assured by people in the policy team, in the legal team, that Catherine Campbell and Nathan Williamson were aware of the Clayton Utes advice.
That was my understanding at the time, yes.
Did you ask the question about whether the advice had been provided to the Department of Human Services or Services Australia?
I didn't ask that question.
You understood an obligation to share advice?
I understood an obligation for Department of Human Services to share, or Services Australia to share advice with DSS under the legal service directions. It's not exactly reciprocal obligation on the other way. Of course, good practice if we know something about the administration of a program to good practice to provide that to the policy to the department so it can administer the program in accordance with law. I would, in most cases, what would happen with DSS legal team was essentially a legal team for the department, and so if we provide advice on a social security law matter, we would generally provide that to the social security law policy team, who would then consider that in light of their view of the policy of the relevant provisions, and then they would convey, as a general course, they would convey messages to Services Australia. So they were sort of the primary conduit for matters on social security law, or social security, which included social security law to Services Australia. That's not to say that the legal teams didn't interact, and obviously they did.
My question was, you understood there was an obligation to share the Clayton Utes advice with Services Australia under the legal services direction?
Well, I don't have that understanding, Council.
Well, perhaps if those directions could be placed on the screen. I'm told Exhibit 4222, RBD.9999.0001.0261. It is the legal services directions as at 10 November 2016. While that's being located, well, thank you. If we could go to section 10.1.
Yeah, so could I just, Commissioner, just clarify with my friend that this is the version he wishes to put to the witness, given that we're talking in a later period?
Yes, it is. The section remains unchanged from 2005 to 2019.
Thank you.
You can see on the screen section 10.1, Mr Menzies-McVey.
Yes.
The requesting entity in the context of the Clayton Utes advice is DSS. Mm-hmm. The administering entity in the context of the Clayton Utes advice is Services Australia.
Could I stop you there, Council?
Yes.
In that when it talks about a legislation administered, that is sort of the department who is responsible for administering that under the Administrative Arrangements Orders, and so that is the Social Security Act and the Social Security Administration Act are administered by the Department of Social Services and not administered by Services Australia. So administered is being used in a sort of a technical sense there.
All right. So if that can be taken down, your view of the legal services directions was that an advice obtained by DSS without consultation with DHS, which revealed that the debt recovery scheme was being conducted unlawfully, did not need to be shared under the legal services directions with DHS.
My view is that would obviously be excellent practice to do that, but I didn't think that paragraph of the legal services directions required that specifically. I just want to reiterate a point I made before, and I'm definitely not trying to quibble, but the Clayton, I think that the Clayton Youth's advice, or draft Clayton Youth's advice, made some very important points, very pertinent to the income compliance program, but I don't think I agree with your characterisation that it said that the program was unlawful.
Sorry, you don't think you agree, or you do agree?
I don't think that the draft Clayton Youth's advice in the form that it was ultimately left gives a comprehensive view about the lawfulness or otherwise of the income compliance program, because it didn't consider some, and we've touched upon this before, and I won't trouble the Commissioner with further repetition, but we've touched upon this before, that there's the significance of certain steps wasn't considered.
I don't have the advice in front of me, but my recall is that it said that the relevant provisions of the Social Security Act required actual income to be demonstrated, income earned, derived or received. Averaged income wasn't that. The Act did contemplate in some circumstances that averaging could be used, but this wasn't one.
That's right.
Which is often a very good statutory guide to the fact that it's not contemplated. And hence, the conclusion was that averaging was not, without more, permissible.
I think that's correct, Commissioner.
But you say they should have considered whether, even though it wasn't within the terms of the legislation in that sense, if you gave somebody the chance to say something about it, that would somehow make it permissible.
It would potentially allow a debt decision that was made by a delegate at Services Australia not unlawful, because the decision maker could have used those inferences to form a view that the person's income in that period was in fact the averaged income if the person didn't had the capacity to clarify that and didn't take that opportunity. And that's why the Solicitor General, some of the questions that were asked to the Solicitor General...
Well, never mind the Solicitor General, I just want to understand your inference. Your inference is, if you don't say any different, you must agree, therefore that must be your actual income. Is that it? Or I'm just trying to understand.
So, Commissioner, just clarify, I'm not saying that's my view of the law. I'm saying that I think was something that needed to be thought through by our lawyers to whether or not it did have that effect, so that the debt decision was no longer unlawful.
But you are a lawyer.
I am a lawyer.
I'm just trying to work out how you thought this through, to think that there's some inference available if somebody didn't say different that would make averaging permissible under the Act. And I just was trying to get to the heart of the inference that you draw. What is the inference exactly in a sentence?
The inference is that if a person has ready access to information, sorry, I have to go back one step. If the decision maker proposes to make an adverse decision, explains the basis for it, and the evidence that they propose to rely upon, they advise the customer. The customer is assumed to have the information that would readily disprove that if it was in fact untrue, and the customer chooses to do nothing and allow the sort of proposed negative decision to be made, I think the Solicitor General at least...
Well, never mind the Solicitor General.
No, sorry.
Your inference in a sentence is
the
too hard.
inference may be that it is not the decision, the legal test being whether the finding of fact by the decision maker was irrational from a legal point of view. The inference may be sufficient to show that the decision was no longer irrational.
Okay, but we won't worry about whether it was actually legal.
Well, if the decision is not irrational and based upon some evidence, that it may not be unlawful.
Even though it doesn't conform to the boundaries of the law which talk about actual income.
Well, the decision maker would be attempting to make a decision that what the actual income for that period was, but if the decision maker is sort of has material before them that, from the customer, obviously, because otherwise they wouldn't have got paid, but then other material from ATO that suggests that it's implausible that the customer's information is correct, then
They can take a stab at what the income might be, and if the customer doesn't say different,
put that to the customer. The customer, if they felt that was wrong, could provide their Westpac bank statement or whatever to show that I got this amount of money in this month, and they don't do that, there's at least an inference,
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you.
Did you put any of this in a brief to the Chief Counsel in May 2016? Sorry, 2019?
No, I didn't.
Did you put it in writing anywhere in May 2019?
No, I think what I did do was to contribute to the questions that were posed to the Solicitor General and ensured that this issue was one of the issues that Solicitor General considered. And
when you say you contributed to the questions, did you do that on instructions from anyone in the department?
I think the draft questions to the Solicitor General were sent to DSS in July, and we had them for a week before we responded, and during that period I consulted with my social security law team. I looked at them myself, and I also consulted with the social security policy team that I reverted to previously. And what went back to Services Australia as suggestions is sort of a combination of my contribution, my team's contribution, and the DSS policy team's contribution.
Did you consult with the Chief Counsel, Mr. Seaback?
I don't recall specifically doing so, but I think it's very likely that I would have.
Did you consult with the Deputy Secretary, Nathan Williamson?
The consultation with Mr. Williamson would have been done by the Social Security Policy team, who was the First Assistant Secretary of Social Security was a direct report to Mr. Williamson. So I would have inferred that, to the extent, well, very likely they would have spoken to him about the questions and included any comments that he would have made in their remarks to me about what the questions should have or have not have in them. I think at the end of the day, while DSS suggested a number of wording changes to the questions to the Solicitor General, I don't think we substantially altered what Services Australia proposed. and Services Australia had developed the questions in consultation with AGS.
Did you consult with Catherine Campbell?
I personally did not.
Are you aware of anyone who did?
Um,
Putting aside your assumptions, do you have any knowledge of that?
I do not have any knowledge of that.
All right. And I take it from your previous answer you don't have any knowledge that Nathan Williamson was consulted either.
No, I don't.
These are assumptions on your part.
That's correct. I assume that's likely to be the case, but I don't know.
So just before we break for morning tea, Mr Menzies-McVey, am I correct in understanding that you have no contemporaneous record of the receipt of the Clayton Utes advice and the discussions with anyone in your social security team about who that advice went to?
I don't have any records, no.
Right, and you don't have any contemporaneous record in either May or June of this central part about notice to the recipients, which you considered to be missing from the advices you had?
No, I don't.
Right. This is all evidence from your recollection.
Yes.
One inference that might be open because of the lack of any record about any of these things is that you received these advices and then did nothing with them. That is, made no inquiries. Would you like to comment on that possibility?
I think, and I'll refer to the evidence I've already given, I think it was, I thought that steps were underway to resolve any legal uncertainty that existed in relation to the income compliance program, and that the steps that were underway were the best possible way of resolving that uncertainty. And there was no further or additional things that I needed or could sensibly do to resolve the uncertainty, given that the Solicitor General's word would be sort of definitive on it.
Although, to take your answer earlier, excellent practice could have been taken and the Clayton Utes advice could have been provided to Services Australia for its formulation of the questions to the Solicitor General.
It could have been. I accept that that's certainly an option.
And you didn't take that step.
I didn't take that step. But can I just make one more statement in answer to that question? The questions to the Solicitor General very clearly raised, I think it's the very first question.
You didn't get them till July.
No, I didn't. But
I'm talking about the period May and June.
Certainly.
And so what might have come back from DHS in July was not known by you in May or June, was it?
No.
And so excellent practice required or suggested that the Clayton Utes advice should be provided to Services Australia in its considerations of the questions to be asked of the Solicitor General.
I accept that could have been a useful step.
Well,
it was the most obvious thing that was going to be asked of the Solicitor General, irrespective of me seeing the questions or not. It was absolutely likely that the Solicitor General would be asked whether how or the proper construction of the social security law was in relation to various benefits. And so the Clayton Utes advice, which primarily dealt with what did those particular, I think they looked at a couple, one or two payments, but there are different payments have different provisions. What did those provisions contemplate averaging of income or particular income? And it was, in my mind, absolutely 100% likely that the Solicitor General inter alia would be asked that question. And so the Clayton Utes advice, in my mind, didn't say anything that was going to be away from that very core part of what the Solicitor General was going to be asked.
Services Australia would be sure to work that bit out for themselves when they constructed the questions.
I was very confident that that would be amongst the questions, and I knew that I was going to be seeing the draft questions before they were put.
So confident that you considered that excellent practice should not be followed by the provision of the document to assist Services Australia?
I don't think I contemplated sending it to them. Perhaps I should have, but I didn't, for the reasons I've just outlined. I don't think if the Clayton Youth Advice raised issues that I didn't think were absolutely core issues that the Solicitor General would have been, I'm sure I would have thought, because I was very keen for the Solicitor General's advice to cover all of the relevant legal issues in relation to the income compliance program. So there was no, if I thought that there was issues that Clayton Youth Advice had raised that would otherwise not be covered, I would have been very keen to make sure that they were covered, because it was, if we're trying to get a definitive legal advice on the program, it would have been pointless if any key issue was not covered in the advice.
Did you generally have an approach where you withheld legal advice from Services Australia until it was something that you had to comment on?
When you say withhold, I think that's probably, it sort of suggests some sort of conscious decision not to give them something. I don't, which I don't think I have that approach at all. A lot of the advice that we provided was internal advice to our social security team, and sort of the great bulk, well, all of the internal advice that we provided was advice to the social security team, and not all of that, well, to the extent that that advice was shared with Services Australia, was shared by the social security policy team, not by us. But in the context of external advice that we obtained on social security law issues, very often it was obtained in close cooperation with Services Australia, simply because we wanted the advice to sort of to engage with all of the sort of practical delivery issues that only they would know.
Like AAT appeals?
Well, with AAT, there was a whole, I guess, how you describe it, called SOS's, Standard Operating Statement or something like that, which defined how, in relation to social security law, AAT matters and federal court matters, there was to be engagement, and so there was a sort of structured process for that.
Although that structured process, it seems, didn't include providing a draft advice from Clayton Utes about an AAT appeal, which would have wider ramifications for DHS's involvement in AAT Tier 1 matters.
Well, I'm not sure what, I mean, because that was in relation to a particular AAT1 matter, the protocol that existed between Services Australia and DSS would have required DSS to provide some instructions back on that matter. So, I mean, something must have gone back to Services Australia on that particular AAT matter, but I'm not sure what did.
Is that convenient?
Yes, 12:05. Thanks.
The Commission stands adjourned until 12:05. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr Menzies-McVey, I will just show you another section of the Legal Services Directions. I'd ask that Exhibit 422 be placed on the screen again. It's particularly section 10.8. You may not have any independent recollection of it, but thank you. If that section could be pulled out. Thank you.
Yes, I've read that, Council.
Now, it doesn't refer to an administering agency in the term that you understand section 10.1 to be framed.
No.
Did you consider in May 2019 that this section was a direction to take reasonable steps to make the Clayton Utes advice available to Services Australia?
I did not turn my mind to that, Council. I mean, 10.8 is particularly adapted to situations where an agency might obtain advice on issues where a number of Commonwealth departments are subject to the same legislation, such as Privacy Act or something. But I mean, generally speaking, you know, as I said, with external legal advice, the services at the time I was there, Services Australia was consulted on complex matters quite independently of complex.
Yes, you're not answering my question.
Sorry.
The question is, did you consider in May 2019 section 10.8 was a direction to take reasonable steps to provide the Clayton Utes advice to Services Australia?
I did not turn my mind to section 10.8 at the time.
Did you understand that section 10.8 applied to an advice of the type that had been provided by Clayton Utes?
I can see how it could apply. I didn't think that. I mean, I certainly didn't think in May or June that failing to provide it was a breach of the legal service directions. I didn't have that thought in my head.
Do you now consider that the Clayton Utes advice was likely to be significant to Services Australia?
I'll sort of go back to the point I was making before the break that it's in the context of getting the Solicitor General's advice, having the draft Clayton Utes advice that didn't deal with some aspects of the program may not have been particularly useful to them, because almost certainly they would wait until to see what the Solicitor General had to say about the program.
Did you understand in January 2017 the concept of a significant legal issue as it was set out in section 3 of the Legal Services Directions?
I understood the obligation to report significant legal issues, yes.
And did you understand what significant legal issues were?
I believe so.
Perhaps if we can go to section 3. And if paragraph 3.1, subparagraphs A through to E could be called out. Thank you. you understood what is provided there, that a significant issue that arises in the provision of legal services, especially in the handling of claims and conducting of litigation, included a number of considerations.
Yes, I'm familiar with 3.1.
All right. And the question of whether the debts collected under the online compliance intervention program in January 2017 certainly satisfied the definition, inclusive as it is, of a significant issue.
In 2017, I did not think that any of the particular AAT matters I was aware of, and bearing in mind that I was acting for 1 week, and so I obtained, as I said in my statement, obtained some advice from the litigation branch or acting branch manager about this matter, because I had no capacity to review all current or even AAT2 matters relating to in the 1 week I was acting. But the advice that I would have received, because if I'm commenting to OLSC, I would have definitely wanted to know what the view of the litigation branch was on this matter, because they would have ongoing dealings with OLSC. If I didn't consult with them, potential to even say something inconsistent with what they had previously said. So I'm absolutely certain I would have consulted with them. I'm absolutely confident I would have conveyed their view of whether it was significant or not. And in the context of the AAT matters that were on foot in January 2017, it seemed perfectly plausible to me that none of the paragraphs of 3.1 were triggered by any of those AAT matters.
Apart from forming an opinion on the reasonableness of someone else's view, did you form your own view?
I don't recall, but there would have been very little opportunity for me to form my own view, because it's not something that I would have been in any way familiar with prior to my period of acting. And during that 5 days, I probably did a large number of things, quite apart from preparing for the meeting with OLSC. And so while I wouldn't have conveyed anything to OLSC I didn't think was a sensible thing to convey, an accurate thing to convey, I'm sure I wouldn't have had the opportunity to review the 30, 40 or whatever AAT matters that were in AAT2 at the time that related to the income compliance program. But I was told that, or at least I understood what I was told, that the Services Australia hadn't at that point had an adverse decision in AAT2 on an income compliance program, and that probably would have reassured me that there was nothing that necessarily was raising a significant legal issue.
Are you referring to your memory now?
I did allude to this in my statement, that there was an email I had with the acting branch head of the litigation, FOI and litigation branch, that provided me with some information about AAT matters. I infer it was to assist me with the conversation I was going to have with OLSC, and that information was that it provided some details about then current AAT matters. I did, and I think this is borne out by the OLSC note of...
I'm going to stop you there again. My question is...
Sorry?
Are you giving evidence from your memory, or are you describing documents you've seen in the preparation for your statement, or is your memory refreshed by those documents?
I'm doing two things. I'm saying that almost certainly I would have needed to have a briefing in order to do this, and then I'm also saying, as I said in my statement, that there is an email I have found and I referenced in my statement from a Mr. Hester, who was acting branch manager of the FOI and litigation branch, that provided me with details about online compliance, AAT matters, which almost I infer, but I feel quite confident inferring were information to assist me with my conversation with OLC.
You can't remember receiving the email?
I can't remember any of the events of that week in January 2017, no.
Okay.
But I can interpret what emails I have seen and...
Yes, I'm not asking for your interpretation. So you don't recall whether you formed your own view about whether the online compliance intervention program was a significant issue that arose in the provision of legal services?
My evidence is that it's extremely unlikely that I formed my own view, given the time period that I was acting and the work that would have needed to have been done for me to do that independently.
Did you understand that AAT Tier 1 cases were captured by the legal services direction? Right, you've referred only to AAT Tier 2 in your answers. Why have you done that?
I think that, well, it's less likely that that the paragraphs, of 3.1 would be triggered by an AAT 1 matter, because, for example, a significant precedent for the Commonwealth could be established on a point of law. Well, obviously the AAT is not going to establish too much in terms of precedent for the on any point of law, but an AAT 2 matter is one. AAT 1 is often conducted without lawyers being involved, and so AAT 2 is often where at least the Commonwealth is represented by a legal team, and so the matters, the legal points are more clearly articulated in AAT 2 decisions as opposed to AAT 1 decisions.
But you couldn't confidently say, because you didn't review any of them, that no political or policy issues or sensitive legal issues were raised at AAT Tier 1?
No, I'm expecting that my statement or that I made to OLSC was based upon the advice I received from FOI and litigation branch of their view, who were involved in the management of the AAT caseload.
Who followed you after you finished acting?
I'm not entirely certain. Potentially Lisa Carmody. I think there might have been someone else acting as Annette prior to Annette's return. So it's, I'm not certain of this, counsel, but I think it was Lisa Carmody, who was another Band 1 lawyer in the division.
In addition to you being contacted or you contacting or speaking to someone from OLSC, you also met with the Ombudsman during your week?
It's apparent that I did, although I don't have a recollection of that.
So in 1 week you've been contacted by the Ombudsman and contacted by OLSC in respect of the debt recovery program undertaken by the department?
Yes.
You don't have any independent recollection of these events, you say?
No.
How could you possibly be satisfied that there were not significant legal issues involved according to the legal services directions in that context?
My view with OLSC is always to provide whatever information OLSC wants and to be as cooperative as possible. I think that's borne out by the file note of the conversation that I had with them that's taken by OLSC. I'm assuming that was an accurate representation of the conversation. I think I'm conveying that we didn't, we as in DHS didn't at the time consider that was significant legal issues, but we're very happy to provide any further information to LSC that it requested. There was no suggestion that we were not trying to report things to LSC. It's just that we didn't think that on the basis of the definition of significant legal issues, that a significant legal issues report was required, but there was no suggestion that we wouldn't provide information to LSC if they wanted it, and if they suggested, and I think my view would have been if they wanted a significant legal issues report on a particular matter, we would have provided it. It's not something that there was any sort of negativity to. It's just that we didn't think the legal services issues, significant issues threshold had been reached in particular in relation to any particular claim.
And did you reach that view because you viewed legal advice which supported the legality of the scheme?
No, it's based upon the nature of the AAT matters that were currently on foot.
Which you hadn't considered in any detail?
No, but I did receive advice from a person who had.
And that was Mr. Hester?
Yes.
And the nature of his advice was?
It's apparent that I had a conversation with him and then he followed up with an email. As I noted in my statement, I wouldn't have had the knowledge to say what I said to OLSC unless I had obtained a briefing from someone, and that someone must have been from the FOI and litigation branch, because otherwise I just wouldn't have been able to convey the messages that I did to OLSC. I just wouldn't have had the background to do it. I would have had to say, I don't know.
Indeed. What sort of briefing did you provide to Ms. Carmody in the handover after you finished and she started about this potentially significant question?
I'm not aware. The only record I could see, I did see that when I asked on my last day of acting on the Friday, I asked for some legal advice to be produced on various matters. I did copy her into that email request, but I would have given a handover. I would have had a handover discussion. Assuming that she was acting the following week, I'm sure I would have had a conversation with her about the events of the previous week. But I can't find a record of that. It would have been a discussion, and I don't have a recollection of what was in it or in that discussion.
How can you be so confident you had the discussion if you can't even recall the significant media publicity at the time or meeting with the Ombudsman?
Well, I think it's routine, and just to clarify what I've just said, I don't know whether I had a meeting with her or not. I guess what I'm saying is it's quite common practice, and it's likely that it's a practice that I would have likely adopted here, that if there's someone else who's acting in the role, I would have had a shorter or longer conversation with them about what transpired the previous week and next steps. But I don't recall that conversation, so I can't confirm that happened on this particular occasion.
We could have Exhibit 5305 on the screen. This is an email from Mr. Hester to you in the afternoon of Thursday, 5 January 2017. At the bottom of the page, it's a bit less than a day left with your acting period.
Yeah.
And he refers to a conversation you had earlier that day and attaches the most recent email from the appeals branch in respect of debts raised as a consequence of the budget initiative. And he indicated as at 2 December 2016, there have been 4,173 requests for internal review lodged with authorised review officers in respect of debts as a result of the initiative. Is that the information on which you were confidently conveying to OLSC and that there was no significant legal issue here?
I think there is another document that just has some statistics about success rates in AAT2 to date, but this is the conversation where he says, I refer to our conversation as 5th of January, it's the conversation I was alluding to previously, yes.
All right. If we go to the balance of that document, he says this raises the question of whether such requests constitute a complaint, noting the article in the Melbourne Age dated 3 January 2017 refers to 276 complaints and then quotes from the statement made publicly by Minister Porter.
And I recall that in an email I sent in this week to Sue Cruz, I did raise the question that, like, complaint, the word complaint sort of means different things to different people, and whether an AAT, a request for merits review in the AAT is a complaint or not, different people might have a different view about it.
What was your view?
I don't remember what my view was then. I feel I can give you my view now.
Did you volunteer to OLSC that as at 2 December 2016 there had been 4,173 requests for internal review?
No, I think I was asking, I was trying to answer OLSC's questions, but also conveying that if they had particular information that they wanted to know, then they should ask us and we'd tell them.
Yes, that's the point of my question. You didn't volunteer anything. You answered what was asked and indicated if they wanted to know more, they should ask you some more.
I think that's a fair summary, yes.
Yes. I suggest you adopted a very defensive approach to the inquiries made by OLSC in that respect, in that you didn't volunteer any information, including this type of information.
My general practice is not to be defensive at all with OLSC, so...
I'm not asking you about your general practice, I'm asking you about this occasion in January 2017. You adopted a defensive approach.
I'm sorry, Council, I don't think I can agree with that statement. I think I would have... and I think the record of the conversation made by OLSC suggests that I was very keen to demonstrate, that I offered sort of in generous terms to provide whatever information provided, if they had any questions, to come back to us, and I definitely I think had, consistent with my normal practice, to convey the impression that I was trying to be helpful, and the department would try to be helpful. So it's not, I don't think I can agree that I was being defensive.
Can we have Exhibit 5306 on the screen, please? This was the email which is referred to as being attached by Mr. Sparks. You'll recognise it.
Yes. I think there's more to this than this screen that I'm seeing at the moment.
Do you mean the table?
Yes.
All right, we'll come to that in due course. If you would like to see the hard copy, it is tabs 11 and 12 in that bundle before you. You can see the information there was a 3.6 appeal rate, 3.6% appeal rate for cases finalised under the system.
Yes, so sorry, you're taking me to which part of the table?
tab 11, the document on the screen,
Yeah.
the email, under the heading highlights, it's got SME, which I understand is subject matter expert,
Yes.
6,654 appeals from a total of 182,515 cases. You can see that.
Yes.
The appeal rate of 3.6%. And the other numbers there, you can see those.
Yes.
And the context of appeals here is a request for a review, is that right?
Yes, that's right. And so there
We're
are
not talking about a merits review at AAT Tier 1.
there's sort of several layers of merits review in the social security system, and there's sort of several layers of merits review before it gets to AAT 1. So these are the and to be clear, the DHS legal team is not involved in the sort of pre-AAT merits review process.
Yes. The numbers there didn't cause you to consider that there was a significant issue within the legal services directions?
There are a very large number of current merits review matters in the sort of Centrelink program at any one time. The numbers are very large, and so seeing these numbers in a program that didn't have generally have very large numbers of appeals might have been alarming, but in the context of Centrelink appeals, there were just a very large number of cases. So.
And you're saying that now because you remember that to be the information you were given at the time, given that you were only acting for a week?
Well, I think I had sufficient knowledge generally working in the Legal Services Division of DHS that there are a very large number of merits review processes at any one time. I wouldn't have been able to say how many, but I was aware that there are a very large number of cases. So hence, I wouldn't have been sort of caused to be alarmed by seeing those that sort of numbers there. As you can see, there's a very large number of everything at Centrelink has large numbers attached to it. There's a lot of payments. There's a lot of merit review applications.
Turn to the second page, you'll see AAT Tier 1 and AAT Tier 2 information. Sorry, before I take that, the top passage of the email indicates that at authorised review officer stage, that there had been approximately 4,500 appeals decided at authorised review officer level, with 2,722 of those resulting in the original decision being set aside or varied. You can see that?
Yes, I can see that.
Right. That is a change rate of almost 60%.
The council,
You agree it's a change rate of almost 60%?
yes, I can see that, and
Right.
yes.
If we go to AAT Tier 1, you can see that there had been 494 appeals, 355 of which had been decided, and the change rate in respect of 124 where there had been an outcome set aside was almost 35%.
I can see that.
And at AAT Tier 2, there had been 48 appeals. Of those, 32 had an outcome of dismissed by consent or withdrawn. You can see that?
Yes.
That is a very significant number of the 48 which fell into that category.
So 35 of the 48 have been determined, yes.
You would agree with me that's a significant proportion of the 48 appeals which have been lodged in AAT Tier 2?
Yes, but I think I read that as meaning that 48 appeals had been initiated, of which 35 had been resolved and, presumably the remaining 13 remained unresolved. That's how I'm reading that.
I'm suggesting that of 35 which had been decided, as that's used there, 32 fell into the category of dismissed by consent or withdrawal.
Yes.
That's a significant proportion that fall into that category.
Yes, the 32 is a very significant proportion of 35, yes.
Were you concerned to find out whether the basis on which the number of those 32 appeals had been withdrawn?
I don't recall what I was thinking at the time, but if it would be helpful, I can make a comment on that. Is that very often during the course of an AAT matter, further evidence is put on by the applicant or by the Commonwealth about actual earnings, and so it's the matter will potentially be redetermined on the basis of this other evidence, and so the matter in a sense doesn't need to be determined by the decision maker. But I don't know. Sorry, just to go back, I don't know what I was thinking. Well, sorry, I do not recall precisely what information I was given by Mr. Hester during that telephone call, but I did. It seems that this information would likely have assisted me to feel that a position that no particular AAT matter was a significant matter in accordance with the legal services directions was a reasonable position to take.
When you say that it's very often in the course of an AAT matter that further evidence is put on by the applicant or the Commonwealth about actual earnings, you're drawing a distinction between the scheme as it operated with notional earnings in an apportioned sense and evidence of pay slips and bank statements and the like.
Irrespective of how a matter gets to the AAT, once it's in the AAT, there's a possibility that the Commonwealth will exercise some of its powers to obtain pay slips or bank statements, or the applicant themselves having, being in front of a merits review tribunal will think it's in their best interest to provide information about their actual earnings, or at least explain any apparent inconsistencies with their annual ATO statement. And so the factual position or the evidence often changes from the time that the original decision maker made a determination about debt and the position by the time it gets to the AAT.
Your reference to actual earnings in your answer is in distinction to averaged earnings, is what your point is.
Yes, so they're the actual earnings for a particular fortnight.
And you understood at this point in time the question that was being asked by the media and by the Ombudsman related to the legislative basis for the apportionment of income or averaging of income.
Yeah, and that's one of the reason I suggested to the branch manager of the relevant branch in the Legal Service Division after the Ombudsman meeting that some legal advice be prepared is to assist both the executive of the department and the Ombudsman to understand the legislative background and constraints of the program so that the Ombudsman would be better assisted. And
did you form the view that advice needed to be obtained because you became aware that there was no advice on the question?
While I don't recall my state of mind, that seems to be the most plausible given the way that the request for advice came and how it was expressed. I think that the best I can infer what I must have thought was that that additional advice. Well, if there wasn't, there was.
Additional?
Sorry.
What do you mean additional advice?
Well, that additional to what the department currently had. So
What
yes,
did
I
the
think I'm
department
agreeing with
currently
you.
have?
Well, I don't know precisely, but it wasn't. If I thought that there had been a document that set out the legal, the legal analysis of how the income compliance program worked, I wouldn't have asked for such a document to be created. So I'm inferring that the fact that I asked for such a document to be created suggested in my mind that there wasn't such a document available already.
And you must have asked the question to find out.
I presumably did, yes.
Did you volunteer to the Ombudsman that you had been unable to locate, in the position you held, any advice provided about the legality of the scheme?
I don't know what transpired in that Ombudsman meeting, but given it was the very first meeting on this, then it seems unlikely that a question like that would have been, that issues of that level of detail would have been raised in that meeting. It's very much more likely that an initial meeting would have just been talking about the process to be followed from here on in, rather than to be drilling down on the very first meeting about particular legislative issues. So I think I was foreshadowing that this might happen in the future, and it would be a useful aid to the department to be able to explain to the Ombudsman in quite a lot of detail, if necessary, exactly how the program worked.
Did you volunteer the fact that you knew there had been no legal advice, to your knowledge, to OLSC?
Did I volunteer to OLSC? My recollection is that the meeting I had with OLSC was earlier in that week than the Ombudsman meeting, which was towards the end of the week. So I wouldn't have been able to, I guess, garner any learnings from the Ombudsman meeting for the OLSC meeting.
I didn't suggest you would. I'm referring to your knowledge that you now accept you must have had, that there was no legal advice in the department which supported the legislative basis of the debt compliance program. Did you volunteer that information to OLSC?
Well, I don't think I had that state of mind at the time. Well, I don't. I have to come back to the point that I don't remember these meetings in 2017. Okay. So it's a little difficult for me. But can I just comment on? I don't think that the request that I made for some legal advice on, that comprehensively dealt with the online compliance program suggested there was no such it does suggest there was no document that comprehensively dealt with the income compliance program, but I don't think I would say that it necessarily inferred that there was no legal advice on it. I think it's just that the Ombudsman was obviously going to be examining all aspects of the program, and so we needed to be able to explain that in legal terms how all the aspects of the program work. So I'm not quibbling with you, but I'm just sort of saying I think you've expressed it more strongly than I would have.
Well, you understood that the sole focus of the OLSC was whether a significant legal issue was involved in the program.
Well, that appeared to be one of the issues that they were raising with us. I think the OLSC, as seen from that note, seemed to be sort of looking at two different things. One was just seeking general information about about income compliance, and another was asking about significant legal issues. And so they're the 2 points I think that they were focused on, but we are relying upon the OLSC note of the conversation, which I'm sure is accurate.
We might go to it, Exhibit 5314,
Which tab is that?
19. You can see the email from Ms von Thelthoff, Friday 6 January 2017, 7:30 p.m, and the subject relates to a call from DHS Legal, 6 January 2017, 5:30 p.m.
Yes, I have that, yes.
Looks like one of the last tasks you performed in the course of your acting.
Well, this. Yeah, so this would have been on the Thursday. The file note is on the emails sent on Friday the 6th, but it appears that they talk about speaking to me the previous day, so maybe Thursday.
Second paragraph says, Paul noted DHS is always happy to assist OLSC, however there are complexities in this instance. When you accept the accuracy of this note, are you talking about legal complexities or dynamics within the department?
I was thinking about, I suspect I was thinking about the dynamics within the department because a number of people at senior level were sort of engaged with the online compliance program. Melissa Golightly, clearly, because it was, she was the responsible deputy secretary, but Sue Cruz is involved. The acting secretary seemed to also be asking questions, and so I think my point was that because of the active executive sort of interest and involvement in the matter, that if a sort of central agency was asking questions about the matter, it doesn't mean we obviously would assist them, but those senior people would need to have been made aware, or should have been made aware, or would need to be made aware of that engagement, and so it would be necessary to brief them, and it may well be that they, if they were briefed about a proposed meeting with a central agency, they may decide that they wanted to attend or personally or send someone particular. So they might it's a potential for someone other than just the Legal Services Division to be involved in those meetings. So that's what I think I would have been alluding to, nothing more than that.
Well, it appears as though those complexities, that is the investment of senior DHS executives, was a hurdle to cross in terms of the cooperation with OLSC.
I don't think that's my reading of that, of that record of what I said. I think, because I go on to say that, apparently that DSS would be very happy to assist, and I think later in the note I sort of suggest who should be called and what have you for questions. I think my point there is that if there was going to be a meeting with us about the online compliance program, and we sort of need to, just the dynamics of the department would mean that I'd have to tell a number of people that meeting was going to happen. I would like to know what was proposed to be discussed at the meeting, and then potentially more than Legal Services Division personnel would attend to assist OLSC with their questions, because if they had general questions about the income compliance program, then the DHS legal team would be able to assist to some extent. I'm sure it would exercise, try very hard to assist. But if there were technical issues about how many media complaints or how media issues or how many appeals in the pre-AAT stage had been received or whatever, other people in the department would need to assist with those sort of questions. And so I don't think it was anything more than that. But it's just that it's not a frequent occurrence that central agencies ask questions about programs, and so it's just a case of keeping people informed that that's happening.
You understood at all times the onus was on DHS to inform OLSC if there was a significant legal issue?
Yes.
Right, so it wasn't a matter of finding out necessarily what OLSC wanted to know. It was always obvious because of the legal services directions that they wanted to know if there was a significant legal issue.
It appears here that they were interested in a little bit more than just whether there's a significant legal issue.
What do you mean a little bit more than?
Well, I think they seemed to be seeking just information more generally about the income compliance program, which I think hopefully conveyed that would be happy to give them. But
did you give anything to them?
I think we did convey that. I think I reported that there'd been a couple of issues. Like I did provide them with some information about the fact that there'd been some FOI requests, and that we hadn't received any notification or any allegations of breaches of legal service directions or any such thing. So I did provide them with a small amount of information in that meeting, and I offered to deal with any specific, offered on behalf of the department, because I wouldn't presumably be doing it myself, but offered on behalf of the department to answer any further questions, and suggested that Annette might want to speak, Annette Mazzolino might want to speak to OLSC from time to time about the matter. About the income compliance program. So I don't think I was trying to be unhelpful. I think we certainly had the view that there was no significant legal issue as defined in that flock of AAT matters that were current. But I certainly would have hoped, I think I did, based upon this note, convey that we were cognizant of that obligation and would enthusiastically comply with it.
When you say you were satisfied that there were no significant legal issues in that flock, as defined in that flock of AAT matters, are you saying that was the case from the email you received from Mr. Hester or some other source?
Well, I think that it's apparent from the email that we looked at before from Mr. Hester that I also had a conversation with him, because the email is just providing additional information. So all the information that I conveyed to OLSC on the 5th of January, I think it's extremely likely came from Mr. Hester, because I wouldn't have otherwise had that information available to me. So I'm fairly confident Mr. Hester would have conveyed to me the thoughts that I expressed.
Well, you understood that disagreement about the legislation or policy was a significant reason for appeals received by the department against decisions.
People are appealing because they think the debts determination is incorrect. I mean, I'm not sure that they're appealing on a question of law per se. They're just saying I don't owe this debt.
You can go to Exhibit 5307. This is behind tab 10. This is the table attached to the email to which you referred earlier. We can go to page 8 of 17. And .0005 is the...
Sorry, Councillor, did you say tab 10?
Sorry, tab 12. See, the title of the table is PAYG Budget Initiative 2015, Appeals as at 2 December 2016, Customers' Reasons for Appeal. And you can see that in the SME jurisdiction, of the reasons given for customer contact, 2,087 refer to disagreement with legislation/policy.
I'm not quite sure what that means, Council.
Okay. You just seem very confident about the reasons people appeal, and I'm taking you to the source document. And
I think what I was saying is that applicants for seeking a review of a debt decision normally very focused on the fact that the decision is that they repay money and they don't believe they should. I don't think many applicants sort of consider the fundamental legal issues behind all that.
well, thank you. Did you ever come to learn that despite your direction as acting in the most senior legal role at DHS for a week, that legal advice should be obtained in respect of the scheme for the purpose of the Ombudsman's investigation and in the context in which OLSC had made inquiries about whether a significant legal issue existed, that in fact no such advice was obtained?
I'm not aware of whether advice was or wasn't obtained.
You didn't ask?
No, I didn't. I had a lot of pressing issues in my own branch that I needed to focus on, and so having asked the branch manager to produce that advice, and as I say, believing I copied into that the next successor acting chief counsel, and having advised the deputy secretary that the advice was on its way, then I turned back to my own issues that were my responsibility.
What about in 2019 when you realised it was a front and centre issue again and the Solicitor General was being briefed in respect of the very scheme that you had directed advice be obtained when you were at DHS? Did you ask DHS then? Did you get that advice? What does it say?
I'm not sure that in 2019 I recalled asking for the advice in 2017.
So you're saying you didn't ask or have no recollection of asking?
I have no recollection of thinking in 2019, gee, I asked for advice in 2017, I wonder what that advice said, maybe that should be part of the briefing pack to the Solicitor General. So I didn't have, so
Right. What about more generally? It was obvious, wasn't it, that there had been issues in respect of the scheme for a period of time?
Yes.
From a legal perspective. Did you ask in 2019, did anyone ever get advice about the legislative basis for these debt decisions?
No, the only time I sort of asked that question was when asked by Secretary Campbell to raise that question with Ms Mussolino, and that was sort of quite much later in the year in 2019.
On that point, when you were interacting with Ms Campbell, you, in your first statement, conveyed that she was not particularly interested in advices which did not support the use of income averaging in conversations that you had with her, I think on the 13th of November 2019, and in your supplementary statement, you say you didn't really mean to convey that.
Yeah, well, my supplementary statement accurately conveys what I thought. I think my first I'll just state the position is that I think that Ms. Campbell asked me for advices for the purpose of a particular meeting, and I wasn't at all trying to convey the impression that she wasn't interested in receiving them. In fact, as it turns out, I'd sent her some of the Clayton Youth advice the previous day. So I wasn't intending to convey that at all in my first statement, but to the extent that that inference could have been drawn from the way that it was potentially a poorly drafted paragraph in my statement that could have been clearer, and so my supplementary statement really just is intended to clarify that meaning.
Well, it was a telephone call, I take it.
Yes.
And Ms. Campbell was interested only in the 2017 advice for the purpose of the meeting with the Minister?
Yes.
And that was the advice which, insofar as it went, might have provided some basis for the use of averaging.
Yes.
Right. Did you ask her, do you want the 2014 advice, which involves Ms. Pulford as well?
I did actually ask her, did she need other advices, and she said she didn't need them.
Did you refer to the 2014 advice?
Yes.
Which involved Ms. Pulford?
I referred to the 2014 advice. I don't think in my mind, that was the sort of advice done by Simon Jordan, but I did raise with her, did she need those other advices for that meeting, and she said no.
The emails, which occurred a week or more later, indicate that she was asking for a copy of the 2014 advice at that time?
There were 2 days in succession that she asked for me to email advices to her, which I did.
Yes, but was that the 2014 advice?
I think I'm not sure that I can't recall a specific occasion where I emailed her the 2014 advice, but I may well have. If you take me to the date you have in mind, I'll...
The minister that Ms. Campbell was meeting, who was that?
So I think she was meeting 2 ministers in 2 days, and so on the first occasion that she called me and asked for advices, AGS was able to show me some emails, and I allude to this in my supplementary statement, where she forwarded those advices to Kai Cantwell, who's a Chief of Staff of Minister Ruston. And so while I don't think I knew who she was meeting with on that first occasion, it would seem, if she forwarded my emails to Kai Cantwell, then it's very likely that she was meeting with Minister Ruston. And the next day, as it turns out, she asked for some further advices and asked for further advice, and that appeared to be that she was meeting with the Attorney General, and so I sent her an advice, and she called me back and asked some further questions and gave me some tasks to do. Asked those questions, sent her another email on that day. And that was the subject of my first statement.
I'll take you to tab 33.
Can I just ask, are you going to be much longer or?
Oh, no.
Okay, keep going.
Sorry, I hadn't appreciated the time. Sorry, Mr. Menzies-McVey, tab 32.
32.
Exhibit 5324. That's an email from Ms Fredericks to you, 12 November 2019, which refers to a discussion and attaches the Clayton Utes advice. You can see that?
Yes.
All right. Have you found any earlier document which records your receipt of the AGS advice?
I believe I received it directly from Services Australia by email in late June 2019, yes.
Can I take you to Exhibit 1927, tab 33? This is an email from you to Ms Campbell, Mr Williamson, 12 November 2019, where you attach a copy of the Clayton Utes advice.
Yes.
And if you go to tab 35, Exhibit 1930, you can see that you forward the draft AGS advice on the same date.
Yes.
Right. Have you located any email where you forward the 2014 advice?
I don't specifically recall an occasion where that I did, but I may well have subsequently. I just don't recall.
Right. And what date did you say that the meeting between Ms Campbell and the Attorney-General was?
It was the email that was the subject of my initial notice to give evidence. So I think it was the 13th of November. Or no, potentially. Maybe the 13th of November, I think that would be correct.
Thank you. Yes, I have no further questions for Mr Menzies-McVey.
Thank you. Did you have anything, Mr Flynn?
Mr Menzies-McVey, my name is Flynn. I appear for Ms Campbell. My learned friend asked you some questions about forwarding the 2014 advice. Could the witness please be shown the document DSS.5000.0002.2832? Do you see that's an email from you to Ms Campbell of the 13th of November 2019?
Yes.
Do you see in the attachment box, it says attachment combined 2014 and 2017 advice?
Yes.
And then if the witness could please be shown DSS.5000.0002.2834. And if you could page through, please, to 2836. Do you see that what you're looking at now is an extract of the 2014 advice, which is being combined with the 2017 advice?
Yes.
Attached to that email?
Yes, I'd agree with that, yes.
And so that is Wednesday the 13th of November 2019 was an occasion on which you sent Ms Campbell the 2014 advice and the 2017 advice in that form, is that correct?
That appears to be the case, yes.
And do you agree that on or about the 12th of November 2019, Ms Campbell asked you to send her all the advices in DHS that were relevant?
I think if she had asked me to send all the advices that are relevant, I would have sent them all in sort of one, well, at least in a series of emails. I was very keen to make sure that I did exactly what she asked me to do. And so if I had sent, following a conversation, I had sent a couple of advices, I'm relatively confident that it wouldn't have been intended to be an instalment of a broader task. She would have asked for those things. And so I was responding to her request for me to do things, and I believe faithfully sent her what she asked to be sent.
So she may have made a number of requests over, for example, the 12th and the 13th of
Yes.
November, and you would provide the advice
Yes.
as requested when she requested it. Is that
Correct.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Dory?
Just in relation to that series of questions, do you have any recollection today as to whether, and if so, in which conversations, Secretary Campbell referred to advices in DHS and then advices in DSS? That is, drew any distinction between the origin or location of those devices?
Yes, so in what, when she contacted me on the 13th in relation to her meeting with Minister Porter, this is where she asked me to call Ms Mussolino and ask Ms Mussolino about her recollection of what advices have been obtained, including by DHS, during a particular period, and Ms Mussolino confirmed to me that external advices hadn't been obtained in that period, and then I conveyed that to Secretary Campbell.
Nothing further, Commissioner.
Thank you. You want Mr Menzies-McVey excused? Thanks, Mr Menzies-McVey, you're excused. And we'll adjourn till 2:30. Thank you.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 2:30 p.m. Royal Commission is now in session. Please be seated.
Yes, Mr Gregory.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next witness is Michael Johnson, who is present.
Mr Johnson, will you take an oath or an affirmation? Okay, could you stand, please?
Your response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thanks, Mr Johnson. Take a seat.
Mis- Can you tell the Commission your full name, please,
Michael Nathan Johnson.
and your position and occupation?
I'm the Assistant Secretary of the Office of Legal Services Coordination in the Attorney General's Department.
How long have you worked in the OLSC?
I first commenced in approximately November 2018. I worked for a couple of months, moved to a different role, and I came back in about June 2019.
And before you worked at the OLSC, where were you?
I've been in the Attorney General's Department since approximately 2003 in various roles.
Mr Johnson, you were issued with a notice to give a statement and produce documents, NTG-0054, dated 24 October 2022. That's correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you provided a statement dated 27 October 2022 in response.
That's correct.
Thank you. More recently, I gather that you have made some additional inquiries in respect of events within the OLSC in January 2017.
That is correct.
And there is a file note of a conversation you had with a Ms. Samios, I think.
That's correct, yes.
That's correct. All right. We'll come to that in due course. In your detailed statement, you set out the role of the LSC and the relationship between it and the Attorney's Office and the application of the legal services directions to various government, corporate and non-corporate entities. The first involvement of the OLSC in respect of what became known as the Robodebt scheme was in January 2017.
That's my understanding, Counsel.
Of course, you were not in the office at that point in time and had no direct involvement, but certainly there was continuing involvement after you joined the office.
There was involvement after I joined the office, yes, Counsel.
Particularly, there was a notification provided to the OLSC of a significant legal matter in respect of the matter of Masterton and the Commonwealth in the Federal Court, and that notification was 13 March 2019.
That is correct.
Am I correct in understanding that was the first report of a significant legal issue by either DHS or DSS in respect of the Robodebt scheme?
Based on both my knowledge and the inquiries that I've made through our files, yes, that's correct.
Now, the Masterton proceedings were commenced on the 5th of February 2019, 5 weeks or so before the notification. In your experience, is that delay within the bounds of reasonable acceptability, or would the OLSC have preferred to receive an earlier notification?
I think it can be quite variable, Counsel, and there can be many factors. I wasn't in the role when that report was made, so I make this comment without reference to the specific details. It may not be immediately apparent the matter is significant between it being filed and it being reported, and there can also be reasonable delays due to the agency, quite understandably, its focus is on managing the claim before they have the time to report it to OLSC.
After you resumed, I can't recall what time you said in the OLSC, I think in 2019.
Approximately June, I believe.
In 2019. the Masterton litigation was ongoing. Did you familiarise yourself with the history of the matter and the issues which were live in the federal court?
Not at that point, Council, no.
Was there someone else in OLSC who had responsibility for monitoring that?
There would have been, yes.
Do you know who that was?
I wouldn't know the particular person. If it would help, Council, I could elaborate on how that is managed.
Certainly.
So, under the legal services directions, agencies are obliged to report significant issues to OLSC. There is a large number reported, 200 to 300 at any one time. I have one of my teams who is responsible for managing that topic. Normally the lower to middle level officers in that team receive those reports, have quick review of them and put them into our database. So at a minimum, those officers would have reviewed these reports, and it wasn't brought to my attention until I think about November I became actively aware of the matters.
And matters plural included then the Amato proceedings
That's correct.
and the anticipated or filed class action.
Correct.
And obviously where there are 3 notifications to the OLSC of significant legal proceedings in respect of a single underlying scheme, that drew the attention of people at higher levels within OLSC.
I think there's 2 answers to that, Council. The first is the fact that there are multiple matters arising out of the same program is certainly relevant, and it means that we in OLSC would manage them, being mindful of them, manage them together. The second answer, Council, is that the reason it came to my attention was probably less that became a number, and it was where the Amato matter in particular got to, in that there was a consideration of a settlement, and that's the trigger that brought it to my attention.
I see. There had, I think, before you returned to the OLSC, been approval sought or approval had been sought for potential settlement of the Masterton proceedings.
That's correct. I understand there were 2 approvals sought and given.
Right. Earlier in the year.
Earlier in the year, yes.
In one of your answers earlier, you indicated that agencies are obliged to report significant legal issues to the OLSC. Does the OLSC have any capacity to require production of a report from an agency?
Not a legal ability, Council.
Can it use its persuasive capacities to do so?
We have levers available to us. Our most useful and effective lever is being persuasive, is engaging with relevant agencies to share our view that we believe it should be reported. Normally the failure to report bears out of a difference of view of whether it hits the relevant threshold. Our ultimate lever we have available to us is to utilise the authority of the Attorney-General.
And in what manner is that authority exercised?
There have been occasions, not this matter, there have been occasions where, like I said, often the difference is a difference of view. Once we've engaged and formed a view that, no, we're on the same page, they just consider it should not be reported and we consider it should be. A couple of steps we would normally take, I would engage informally with the Attorney-General's office to first of all get their essentially endorsement that they agree, because we would look pretty silly if we were pushing very hard and the Attorney's view is no, it doesn't need to be reported. We would then return to the agency with, the Attorney-General or the Attorney-General's office have specifically requested that it be reported. That almost always gets the job done. I don't think I've ever had to rely on the next level, but it is available to us, which is to have the Attorney-General write either to the relevant minister or to the accountable authority of the agency.
And the accountable authority in that context would be the Secretary?
That's correct.
Now, in neither case here, following the contact between OLSC and the Department of Human Services in January 2017, was the communication provided that the Attorney-General considers a report should be made, or that next level that you described of a request directly from the Attorney to either the Minister or the Secretary.
That's correct.
All right. Of course, for the first of those measures to be taken, the indication that the Attorney considers a matter to be significant requires a brief to the Attorney's office.
Some form of communication. It wouldn't necessarily have to be a formal brief.
And in your experience, in cases where that process occurred, be it a formal brief or some other form of communication, is it the Attorney themselves who are making the decision, or someone within the Attorney's office who's making the considered decision?
In the instances in my time where that has occurred, my communication is directly with the relevant advisor. It was effected not through a formal brief, and so the advisor conveyed the view. It is, and this goes to the nature of the interactions between a public servant and a ministerial advisor, the expectation is when the advisor conveys an instruction or a view, it is either the view of the Minister, of the Attorney-General, or otherwise they have the authority of the Attorney-General to form the view and convey it on their behalf.
In your experience, where you have formed a view that something should be reported, but the relevant agency has formed a different view, and you have communicated your view to the Attorney-General's office, has there been an occasion where the Attorney-General directly or via an advisor has concluded contrary to your view?
No.
But that reflects, no doubt, in part that where there is a difference of opinion between you or the OLSC and the agency, for OLSC to engage the consideration of the Attorney, that involves a real analysis of the issues and justification of the position.
That's correct.
I might ask if your statement can be brought up. You'll find it behind tab 4 in the bundle before you. Thank you. The paragraph 14 at the top of page 0001_2_R_0002, the first sentence concludes with a reference to a decision of the Federal Court. What follows that is that the Attorney-General is responsible for compliance with the directions and has the ability to impose sanctions on entities for non-compliance. And these are set out in the legal services directions, which you refer to. In your experience, has the Attorney, while you've been in the OLSC, imposed sanctions on entities for non-compliance?
In my experience, Counsel, the Attorney has not imposed sanctions by enlivening paragraph 14.
Yes. In any other way?
There have been a small number, and by small number, somewhere between 1 and 3 situations involving agencies where, in light of the Attorney's concerns over the manner in which that agency has complied with certain obligations, an approach has been taken on other parts of the directions. For example, an approval that must be required. A key example is under paragraph 5 of the directions, which enables the Attorney-General to approve an agency to use their own in-house lawyers as solicited on the record in litigation. But for the Attorney's approval, that's not allowed. And so some stricter conditions were imposed on that approval as a result of the Attorney's experience that that agency had some questions of some compliance in some other areas.
And that measure reflected effectively a degree of external or independent oversight over the conduct of the litigation?
Sorry, the
refusal of the agency's ability to use its in-house lawyers in the matter.
To clarify, Counsel, it was not a refusal. It was imposing additional conditions that went along with the approval. So the approval was still given,
Right.
but essentially it was a shorter time period that was approved and some extra reporting obligations than would ordinarily be required. It was a bit of a, you've shown not a lack of trust, but we might need to keep a little bit of extra oversight on you. So this was appropriate in that circumstance. So you might call that a sanction, but it was certainly a consequence of some actions that occurred.
I understand. Can I take you to paragraph 18 on the same page? It commences with a reference to several tools available to the Attorney-General and OLSC to discharge the function, and by that you are referring to the function of reporting a significant legal issue to the attorney and the oversight which follows from that report.
I'm speaking probably far more generally, Council.
Are you talking about the broader functions of the OLSC in respect of its information and consultation and advisory process in respect of agencies?
I'm speaking of the Attorney-General's function as First Law Officer to have overarching responsibility for all Commonwealth legal work.
Right. The various tools which you specify here include the Legal Risk Committee. Now, is that a separate committee to the Significant Legal Issues Committee?
It is, yes.
All right. You've separated, I think, the various tools as you've referred to them with a semicolon. Where the comma appears before the Legal Risk Committee, would that ordinarily be, or did you intend for that to be a semicolon?
No, I believe I intended to be a comma because it follows from forums and networks including,
I see.
and it
All right.
raises both the SLIC and the Legal Risk Committee as two examples of those forums and committees.
But is there any overlap between the government lawyers, the five most senior referred to in the SLIC, and the persons in the Legal Risk Committee?
There is overlap in membership. The functions are very different between the two.
All right. So the Legal Risk Committee, you've got in brackets the primary consultation and information sharing forum for the head lawyers from each Department of State and a selection of agencies. Some of the head lawyers, or all of the head lawyers that are referred to there, included in the Significant Legal Issues Committee?
Some, Council.
Okay. In the context of 2017, the Legal Risk Committee, its composition, did that include Ms Mozzolino from the Department of Human Services?
In 2017, Council, the Legal Risk Committee did not exist. It's a recent creation.
So when was it created?
I believe it was around 2020. It was a creature of the new Australian Government Legal Service that was launched around the same time.
What about the Significant Legal Issues Committee?
The Significant Legal Issues Committee did exist.
Was Ms Mozzolino one of the five most senior government lawyers who met 4 times a year within that committee at that time?
No, she's not a member of SLIC. If it might assist, I could elaborate on the membership of SLIC. So SLIC itself, at that time, the membership has changed slightly recently. The 5 members of SLIC were the Solicitor General, the Australian Government Solicitor, the head of AGS, the First Parliamentary Counsel, the head of the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, the Secretary of the Attorney General's Department, and the Deputy Secretary of one particular group in the Attorney General's Department that manages these matters.
So is it the case that the involvement then of the head lawyers from each Department of State and a selection of agencies only overlapped to the extent that you've described after that was created?
That's correct. I believe Michael Kingston, who's the Australian Government Solicitor, attends the Legal Risk Committee. A person from Office of Parliamentary Counsel, but not Meredith Lee, the first Parliamentary Counsel, attends Legal Risk Committee as well.
The substantive legal issues of most significance to the government, which the SLIC consider quarterly, is that confined to matters in which there has been a significant legal issue report? Or do they consider matters more broadly?
So just to clarify your question, you mentioned, I missed which body was considering the quarterly...
SLIC. Significant Legal Issues Committee.
Sorry, SLIC.
Yes. Are they confined in their consideration to matters already reported?
No.
That is, they can consider more broadly matters which might be the subject or ought to be the subject of a report.
There's no limit to what the SLIC is able to consider. It's to their own discretion what they want to have on their agenda.
And then what's the relationship between SLIC and OLSC in terms of something that might be considered by SLIC to be significant but is not yet the subject of a report to OLSC?
The relationship between OLSC and SLIC, OLSC provides secretariat functions for SLIC. OLSC also generates the first draft agenda for each SLIC meeting. So from various sources, predominantly the quarterly reports that we receive, but not solely that, we'll identify probably 3 substantive matters that we consider are worthy of SLIC's consideration. We'll prepare a draft agenda, we'll circulate that to the committee members, and not infrequently the committee members will suggest alternative items they'd like to discuss. Sometimes they also raise items they'd like to discuss ahead of time, and we take that into account in the first draft of the agenda that we prepare.
Apart from discussing these items, what function do they have?
Do SLIC have? SLIC function, it is a consideration function. They have no formal powers or ability to direct or instruct with some statutory backing. However, being the 5 now, it's 4 very senior lawyers from around government. They carry a lot of persuasive authority, and OLSC utilises SLIC for several purposes. It may be that a matter is being brought to either the Attorney General or government for consideration in the future, and we consider SLIC's views will be very helpful to convey. So, for example, if I was to brief the Attorney General, my view is far less important. If I can say, we've put this to SLIC and SLIC's view is X, Y, Z, it's very helpful. Sometimes an agency is managing a matter and is genuinely seeking expert assistance and views. We'll put it to SLIC. SLIC can raise its suggestions and the agency will benefit from that. And sometimes an agency might be exhibiting or taking steps that might be of concern to somebody in the system, whether that be OLSC, a member of SLIC, the Attorney General, and bringing them before SLIC allows SLIC to ask them questions and be satisfied that appropriate action and steps are being taken, and if not, SLIC might suggest other steps. And again, without being binding, but that they have authoritative persuasiveness, can often be taken up by the agency.
When you say bring them before SLIC, do you mean request their attendance to discuss the matter of interest to SLIC?
Place the relevant item on the agenda and have them attend to present to the item, yes.
But not in a compulsive way?
No, no.
Right. In this particular case, the interaction between OLSC and DHS in January 2017, was that also the subject of consideration by SLIC?
I do not believe that SLIC considered this item at that time.
And how are you able to arrive at that conclusion?
Through my review of our records and a conversation with Ms. Samios that I've had.
And the records, do they include the minutes of the SLIC meetings at about this time?
Minutes and agendas, yes, are on our files.
So the initiative for OLSC to contact DHS in January 2017 was of OLSC's own initiative?
That's correct. To my understanding.
Yes, from again your review of documents and speaking to people in the office. And did that include Ms Samios?
I did, yes.
Can I take you to tab 9? It is Exhibit 5304. This is an email for January 2017. The time is 5:11 in the morning, and the topic is Centrelink debt recovery in the email trail, which commences on the, would seem, the same date but a later time. The reference, or rather, Ms Samios is identified as the first recipient of the letter of the email from Ms Melrose at the top of the page.
Yes.
And Ms Melrose had compiled a summary of publicly available material on the Centrelink debt recovery story, apparently at the request of someone within the OLSC.
I'm not sure if it was at the request of somebody, but she has clearly pulled together a number of points referencing publicly available material.
Right. If we go to page ending, that is the second page of the email, .5028_0001, the email at the bottom of the page from Ms Melrose on the 4th of January is to Beck and Sky. Here's a summary of the publicly available information on the Centrelink debt recovery story. Let me know if you'd like to do more research, which tends to suggest someone had asked her to do this in the first place.
Quite likely, yes.
And it was then redirected for a discussion, I think, the following day or the following week.
That seems to be correct, yes.
Now the points, or subheadings rather, if we return to the first page, were categorised in subheadings: the debt recovery system, controversy, the use of external debt collection agencies, ministers' comments and official web pages, and information was inserted in respect of each of those subheadings. Do you now read that document as an attempt to categorise features of what was publicly available against the criteria for a significant legal issue to be reported?
Not specifically, Council. I read this as a junior officer in OLSC summarising the publicly available information, not necessarily with reference to the specific criteria.
All right. In any event, someone considered that it was worth contacting DHS about.
Yes, that's correct.
And the motivation for contacting DHS, I take it, from your experience, of course, was because there may be a potentially significant legal issue that should be reported.
Yes, certainly.
Can I take you to tab 19, Exhibit 5314? The email trail commences on the final page of the document, Thursday, 5 January 2017, .6221_0002. It's Ms Melrose, who was the author of the research document earlier, indicating she'd received a telephone call on another person's phone from Michael Robinson, who was the National Manager for the Commonwealth Ombudsman within the legal department, and the reference there is to the legal area within DHS. And information was communicated by Ms Melrose regarding the media attention and the issues that related to that. He was informed that OLSC's role involved getting reports on significant issues, and that often if a topic is receiving a lot of media attention, it's a good indication that something is significant, and that there was a request for a preliminary chat to find out the legal team's involvement in the issue. The next email is the response or the forwarding of that email to Ms Samios, who identifies that the person in the Chief Counsel's role, described as Executive Counsel, was Mr Menzies-McVey, and who was going to contact him to take the matter a little bit further, effectively.
That's correct, yes.
So this is all unfolding, or this was unfolding on Thursday and Friday, it seems, in January 5 and 6 January 2017. And Ms Samios indicated that she would make the telephone call. But as things eventuated, it was another person, is it Ms Vontatoff, who took the phone call from Mr Menzies-McVey on, it seems, the Friday. And he communicated some information which indicated, well, I'll ask you, did it indicate to you that there was, despite a statement that DHS was always happy to assist OLSC, that there were some other considerations about whether and in what way the discussion would take place? Didn't directly relate to the legal question.
I think that message conveys a lot of things.
Yes.
I think it is fair to say Mr Menzies-McVey did convey that there were some other considerations on their end. I think it's also derives from here that there was a view that there may not necessarily be a significant legal issue to report.
And Ms Samios, after receiving that information, indicated a concern about Mr Menzies-McVey's analysis of what was a significant legal issue.
That's correct.
And she pointed to 3 particular features which she identified in her email at the top of the page. The matter was large in size, or it was complex. She's taking these from the guidance note. These are the criteria by which...
I believe so, yes.
Yes. Yes, that part of the exhibit could be reduced, thank you. And if we can go to the first page of the document and the first email at the top commencing, "Hi Beck, thank you." She referred to the potential whole of government implications that might arise from the review of material prepared by Ms Melrose, and that it might raise legal, political or policy issues that receive or are likely to receive media attention or cause a significant adverse reaction. On your review of the material in preparation for your evidence here today, do you consider her preliminary consideration or the basis of her concerns to be consistent with the publicly available material at the time?
I believe that her assessment, there was a couple of assessments in here, all of which I agree with.
Yes.
The first is that the publicly available information certainly gave the indication that those indicia could be present.
Yes.
It warranted further inquiry. I also agree, based on the language that Ms Vontatoff used to convey the conversation with Mr Menzies-McVey, it appears, at least at this stage, Mr Menzies-McVey didn't have an completely accurate understanding of what constituted a significant issue warranting reporting. It appears he had a narrow understanding of what triggered paragraph 3.1 of the directions. But I also believe that there was at this stage insufficient information to draw a definitive conclusion about whether the matter should be reported under 3.1.
And that was really the purpose of the engagement with the department, wasn't it? To get information about what was happening, the legal basis on which it was happening, so that an informed consideration could be made in respect of the criteria for the report.
Yes, absolutely. And it goes to the point that the agencies manage their matters. They know their matters better than we do. We don't know them at all, but for receiving reports or seeing things in the media. And so based on what we saw in the media, or what my predecessors saw in the media, to seek further information to help AUSC form its view.
Can I take you to tab 20, exhibit 5315?
20 was that?
20, yes. So that email that we just saw was on the 9th of January, and this email trail is the 10th of January following the reporting of the initiation of the Ombudsman's own motion investigation into the matter that OLSC had contacted Mr Menzies-McVey about the previous week. That indicates that OLSC, particularly the people involved in this email trail, were keeping a very close eye on the publicly available information in respect of the matter.
Yes, clearly it does.
And merely because the Ombudsman had initiated its own investigation into the Centrelink compliance program did not preclude a report to OLSC, did it?
Not at all.
In fact, those two matters could quite comfortably run together.
That is correct.
And if the matter was a significant legal issue within the legal services directions, those processes provided for by the legal services directions could run comfortably and concurrently with the Ombudsman's investigation.
That is correct.
The reference at the top of the email is to an article in The Guardian which relates to a specific potential cause of action deriving from PGPA obligations. Now that you would know is the Public Governance Performance and Accountability Act, which imposes obligations specifically upon a secretary in respect of the management of Commonwealth funds.
Generally speaking, that's correct, Council.
Yes. And there was a link provided to the article, which had in its title, Centrelink Crisis People Targeted with Inaccurate Debts May Be Able to Sue. And if OLSC ever needed a headline to draw something to its attention, that might be it.
I would certainly use that in my engagement with an agency, Council.
Yes. And because irrespective of the view taken by Mr Menzies-McVey in terms of a narrow approach to what a significant legal issue was, these comments which are in the public certainly have the capacity to inform an assessment of the criteria.
It would indicate to an AUSC officer that there is at least a suggestion that there is a, I'll use a different phrase to significant legal issue because it's a different form of assessment, there is a legal controversy with respect to the matter.
Yes.
Certainly would not be definitive evidence, wouldn't be the first time a media article was inaccurate, but it would be something to flag in the mind of the AUSC officer to warrant engagement with the agency and seek the agency's view on that aspect.
One of the objectives of the scheme established by the legal services directions in terms of significant legal issues, the OLSC body and its role is to ensure that these significant legal issues are identified at an early point in time to ensure they don't run out of control and causing more damage than they should if they were properly identified.
I'd say, Council, that early identification is certainly preferable, to maximise the ability of OLSC and the Attorney General to discharge our functions.
So that was the developing view of those within OLSC as at Friday 10 January 2017. Sorry, Tuesday 10 January 2017. The next document produced in response to the notice in terms of the chronology is the Friday of the same week. It is behind tab 21, exhibit 5316. It is a single email by the appearance of the document from Trieste Corby to Ms Samios again, and its terms are set out, but it contains a draft email cleared by Beck, which I understand to be Ms Fontatoff,
That's correct, yes.
to go to Paul Menzies-McVey at DHS regarding the Centrelink debt recovery matter. And the draft of the email reflects a view or a position taken by OLSC that a draft significant legal issues report should be submitted by DHS to OLSC and attached a template for that purpose.
That's the content of the draft email, yes.
And it identified the three main factors behind the preliminary view that emerging issues associated with the automated process may be significant. The first was the implications for other departments and agencies. The second was the sensitive legal, political and policy issues which were receiving significant attention from parliamentary representatives, the media and the general public. And the third appears to give rise to the possibility of a number of emerging significant legal issues in light of the inquiries being conducted by the Information Commissioner and the Commonwealth Ombudsman, and public comments from legal professionals about possible causes of action against the Commonwealth. It refers also to the large number of FOI applications being lodged in connection with the matter, and identified that the draft report would form the basis of more concrete discussions as to whether the matter needed to be added to the register.
That's correct.
There's nothing remarkable about that process in itself.
It's not a process I would currently engage in terms of seeking a draft report, but it achieves a similar end to the processes that I do engage in.
That is the facilitative approach to work with an agency to ensure that they are identifying matters which might have significant features about them.
Yes, and additionally to assist OLSC to better understand and get the full information so OLSC can form its own view as well.
But as we can see from the final paragraph, the draft report was the basis, or anticipated as the basis, for more concrete discussions.
Yes, exactly, yes.
And it asked that the draft report, the draft email asked that the draft report focus on the high-level emerging issues associated with the system rather than individual transactions.
Correct.
Right. If If we return then to the first page, it appears that the response of Mr Menzies-McVey and his reference to the complexities at his end or within the department about the matter were reflected in the decision to draft this letter. By reference to the second paragraph, you can see, having considered this matter further and in light of what we understand to be the difficulties for DHS in having further general discussions with us at this time, that appears to be in response to Mr Menzies-McVey's description of the complexities within the department.
That seems a fair conclusion.
To put in very direct terms, the request for a draft report cut through whatever the complexities were at DHS about having a discussion which informed OLSC.
It appears that was the intent of the officer who drafted the draft email.
Yes. Now, to your investigations, was the draft email with the attached template ever sent?
I spoke to Ms Samios and she advised me that it was not sent.
And is there a document which records why, having considered the matter further and decided that this was the appropriate course of action, why it was not sent?
I'm not aware of there being a document created at the time that recorded the reasoning, but I have had conversations with Ms Samios on that topic.
How recently?
I had a conversation, it was either Thursday or Friday of last week.
Does that mean that despite the progression of the matter in 4, 5, 6 January and through to Friday the 13th of January, which documented each stage of the process and the consideration, there is no documented consideration of a change in position?
I think that's correct. I would observe that the document that does exist exists because emails were exchanged, and I understand that a phone conversation was had following what looks like the end of the paper trail, and that it's not necessarily the case that phone conversations would then be documented.
Why is that, Mr Johnson? I mean, I was a public servant 40 years ago and you made a file note of every conversation you ever had. Does it not happen anymore?
No, Commissioner, it doesn't. And I would probably observe that, at least from my own perspective, I can't speak for everybody. If I was to document every phone conversation, I have a lot of phone conversations during the day. If I was to document every phone conversation, I would probably have no time in the day to do anything other than to have phone conversations and document them.
So a process can just come to an end like this and there is nothing that will ever explain to anybody what happened?
There is certainly the absence of it in writing is probably not the best practice approach. It was convenient that the officer involved is still in the agency, and I had been able to have conversations with her in my preparation of my statement and preparation for today. Absent that, I agree with you, Commissioner.
6 years after the event?
I agree with you, Commissioner.
The next document, as I understand it, which is produced is Exhibit 5317, behind tab 22. Excuse me. It is an email trail of 18 January 2017 between 11:53am and 1:05. It says AM, but that may be PM. And it involves Ms Vontethoff again and a person called Ms Fox. The email at the bottom refers to Brad Smith who called OLSC. Where was Brad Smith from?
I don't have direct knowledge, counsel. I can draw an inference based on some information here that I believe he may have been in what's called the legal assistance branch within the Attorney General's Department.
And what role, to your knowledge or experience, would the legal assistance branch in the Attorney General's Department have in a matter of this nature?
It's more that ALSC reached out to the legal assistance branch, consistent with the ALSC approach of trying to get all the information it could possibly bring together to form an understanding of what was going on in this space. There was a possibility, due to the functions of the legal assistance branch, which is to facilitate Commonwealth government legal assistance programs, that they might have visibility should there be development of concerns over the legality of the program, should individuals be seeking, for example, to get legal assistance to support a legal challenge. There was no indication that was necessarily the case. It was just a due diligence approach to consult. We had colleagues in the same building, so I believe that they consulted with LAB, Legal Assistance Branch, that's LAB, to see if they had any information that might add to the information that ALSC was gathering.
Do they have any role in briefing the Attorney's Office in the terms of the persuasive function that you described earlier?
I'm sorry, I missed the start of that question. Who would have a role?
The Legal Assistance Branch.
The Legal Assistance Branch has its own specific functions, and it would certainly have a role in putting submissions to the Attorney General in its functions. In terms of advising the Attorney General on significant legal issues and other things, it would be quite different, and it would be ALSC's responsibility to do that.
And so there was a conversation which apparently occurred between Brad Smith and Ms Vontethoff before she was on leave at some point about what action/briefing, if any, the AGD might send up on the Centrelink debt recovery matters which are in the media. Can you describe in layman's terms what the reference is to an action or briefing that the AGD might send up?
Yep. So as a first observation, Councillor, I might just say that it looks to me like relevant officers in ALSC were preparing for contingencies, preparing for things that might be needed, so proactively preparing. So thinking was being done on, might it be necessary to prepare a submission to the Attorney General?
And the submission to the Attorney General is on what topic?
I would expect, again, almost reading between the lines of what I'm reading here, I would expect it might arise from one of two things. Either as conversations continued with DHS, if, like I said at the start of my evidence today, if ALSC formed the view that the matter should be reported, but were not able to get a report out of DHS, a submission might be one of the options available to the team to help get the Attorney General's view and get his or her input on that. A second and probably more likely reason why it's being referenced here is on the possibility that it was reported and the conversations revealed further information that says, yes, this is actually a significant legal issue, and it is a significant legal issue. Noted I said there was about 200 to 300 reported at any one time. It might well be necessary to be one of the very special ones that we would want to bring to the Attorney General's attention immediately. So I read this as preparatory work should the other work result in that outcome.
That is, putting Mr Smith and the Legal Assistance Branch on notice that their help might be required to brief the Attorney General's office to persuade the department to provide a significant legal issue report.
I believe there was preparatory work being done, again, reading between the lines, in ALSC, irrespective of engaging with LAB.
Yes.
And that the engagement with LAB was that depending if they had knowledge of what was going on in the legal assistance community, they might have information that could usefully be included in that. I would suspect it would be more likely that to be relevant to my second scenario, it is a significant issue and here's all the information we have, as opposed to the persuasive bit.
Right.
I would be surprised if the lab would have much to contribute on that aspect.
Okay, I understand. As the email trail continues further up the page, the email was forwarded to Ms. Samios, and then Ms. Samios emails Ms. Fox to say, thanks, agreed that we are not proposing a formal update to the AGO at this stage. Now, from your conversation with Ms. Samios, does that reflect the decision not to send the request for the draft report, or does it reflect the fact that the draft report had not been sent or received but was still intended to be sent at that point?
I read that as Sarah having reached a conclusion following her conversation that she had with DHS, either that it currently was not, there was not currently sufficient information to insist upon DHS providing a report, or that conversation was still ongoing.
Right. So it does not then reflect the occurrence of the telephone call in the handwritten file note, which we're yet to come to.
It might do. Like I said, it's one of two things. So that says to me, again, reading through the other things and my belief that it was preparatory work by the team, most likely to provide a substantive submission to the Attorney General to inform him, I think it was him at that time, inform him of the matter, and then if it's concluded that the matter doesn't involve a significant issue, then there's no need for that submission. So either Sarah had reached that view at that stage and therefore there was no need for a submission, or had not yet been able to reach a view because the conversations were ongoing, so therefore no submission was required yet.
This is one of the difficulties with not making contemporaneous file note about the conclusions reached and the time at which those conversations occurred. Perhaps we can go then to your file note, which I'm told which hasn't been tendered, but I asked that it be brought up on the screen, OLS.9999.0001.0008. Tender that as Exhibit 5352.
Yes, that file note will become 5352.
Thank you. Now, this is your handwriting,
I apologise for that, yes it is.
Johnson, and it is 17 February 2023.
That's correct.
The redacted part at the top of the page is unrelated to the file note.
That's correct. This is a photocopy from my notebook that I use for all of my work.
Okay. I'll get you to read it into the record.
Certainly, to read my own handwriting. So it's titled Chat with SS, which of course refers to Sarah Samios. Following 13 January 2017 draft email to Paul Menzies-McVey, which wasn't sent, Sarah Samios spoke to Annette Mussolino. Annette Mussolino advised that no legal issues, nothing to report. This is my summarised, of course, shorter words. Sarah Samios's takeaway was DHS believed they were sound on the legal basis. OLSC had no specific evidence that there was a legal issue at play. Sarah felt she had no basis to push it any further. Thereafter, OLSC decided to maintain a watching brief through publicly available information to ascertain if legal issues are subsequently raised. nothing subsequently came to OLC's attention to change its understanding.
Well, there are some statements there which are conclusory and some statements which reflect factual matters. And the first factual matter is that sometime after 13 January 2017, SS spoke to Annette Mozzolino. How did that occur?
I believe Sarah reached out to Annette to have the conversation.
Picked up the telephone or sent an email?
By telephone.
And why was that approach adopted instead of sending the draft?
I can't speak for Sarah.
Where is she now?
She's in the Attorney General's department in a different role.
Okay. When you spoke to her, apart from what she said to you, on this particular day, did you ask her to locate any documents that might record this information?
Well, I have spoken to her to locate documents, and that's where the tranche of documents that I produced as part of my original statement came from.
Did Ms. Samios start making a note about these things when she thought they might become more significant at later points in time? Say when the Ombudsman's report was released, when there were various publications from the Australian Institute of Administrative Laws at Law Conference, when there were publications in April 2018 of Professor Carney's article in the Sydney Morning Herald, references to it. Any of those occasions that she might have thought that this decision was significant?
So to revisit the question, I understand that OLS kept monitoring relevant material. Of course, OLS was monitoring many, many things. We look over a large number of significant issues. I'm not aware...
Okay, but I'll stop there. Apart from looking after a large number of significant issues, this file note conveys a watching brief through publicly available information to ascertain if legal issues are subsequently raised. It's clear legal issues were subsequently raised in publicly available information. My question is, when those occasions occurred, did Ms. Samios start committing her recollection of this significant decision to writing?
I'm not aware, of that, Council. I'm aware that I was told that OLS undertook a watching brief, and I was told that nothing subsequently came to OLS' attention to have it change its conclusion.
So what was OLS watching?
I'm not aware, Council. I apologise. I'm not having been in the role at the time. I can't answer that question.
It seems as though Ms. Samios is the best person to inform this commission about what she did, why and when. To your knowledge, has she started committing anything to writing about any of these matters?
As in retrospectively committing it
Yes.
to writing?
Anything at all?
I'm not aware, Council.
What about contemporaneously, was the watching brief documented?
I'm not aware, Commissioner. Like I mentioned to Council, my team will review publicly available material on a range of known matters and to learn of unknown matters as well. That isn't necessarily documented. It's just a part of our everyday.
Don't make a note of who's done what so other people don't replicate it?
That is achieved through function and task allocation within the team.
And who knows who's got what task? Is that documented?
That would be managed at the section level, which sits below my level. So the directors of each section are responsible for allocating tasks within their section, and they certainly would have mechanisms to make sure it's clear what tasks are allocated to which officers.
Okay, because I'm just wondering if the written word ever appears in this section. As a record of what's actually been done about anything.
I acknowledge your criticism, Commissioner, of the absence of recorded notes on these particular points. I would say that we do take recorded notes. We use emails to record those things. But I can't contest your assertion, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Well, how does OLSC know, if it doesn't record this process, that it's discharging its own functions to assist an entity identify what might be a significant legal issue?
I think it's helpful to observe that OLSC's function in this respect, in terms of, for example, monitoring publicly available material to ascertain if there might be a significant legal issue, is supplementary to the primary role of agencies to identify significant legal issues in their own areas of responsibility and to report those to OLSC. Agencies have greater familiarity with the matters that they manage. They have visibility of them and they know what they're about. OLSC's function, whether it be a ongoing monitoring of a matter we're already aware of or looking out for new matters, is supplementary and is intended as a safety net to the primary function, which is agencies to identify and bring to OLSC's attention these matters.
But it's an important safety net, isn't it, having reached in this particular case a preliminary view that there was a significant legal issue, which the department was not reporting.
It is an important part of the system, Council. But it is also, even in that situation, it's a part of the system that still relies upon the agency, as is exhibited. OLSC had to reach out to the agency to get more information. And we are, for the most part, reliant on the information that the agency is able to provide to us.
We went through at the start of your evidence the ways in which OLSC might persuade or ultimately compel an agency to report something that it doesn't want to report. What's clear is that it was a telephone call, apparently, the content of which is presently unknown, save for what is recorded in this file note over 6 years later, that was sufficient to throw OLSC off the scent. I would
definitely not phrase it that way.
I appreciate you wouldn't, but that's what happened, isn't it?
Well, to throw OLSC off the scent isn't the language I would agree with.
Well, you would say make a decision not to pursue, that is, change their decision about their preliminary assessment without any substantive basis for doing so.
I would say, Council, that after having a preliminary view or a preliminary indication from the publicly available information, my predecessors engaged with the agency. The agency gave information to the extent that they believed there was no legal issue involved in the matter, which meant that if correct, meant that the relevant provisions of the legal services directions were not enlivened. So it doesn't go to the subjective nature of, is it a significant legal issue or not? It goes to the jurisdictional, I use that word softly, the enlivenment of the relevant provision of the directions. And so based on the information that the agency provided, OLSC had no basis to form a view other than the matter had no substantive legal issue in it. Now, retrospectively, it clearly did, but on the information that was able to be provided to us and to my predecessors, on my review, that was a reasonable conclusion.
Well, on your review, you're relying on what is conveyed to you as recorded in this file note.
And in the emails that preceded that as well.
Well, there were no emails which preceded that after the view was formed.
The entire tranche of emails.
Yes, which lead to the conclusion or the preliminary view that a draft report for a significant legal issue ought to be provided by the department.
I wouldn't agree with that, Council. A draft email was prepared by a junior officer in the team to enable the head of OLSC, should she consider it appropriate, to send it. I don't think that reflects that OLSC had a view that a draft report was necessary.
Is Ms Samios the head of OLSC?
She was at that time, yes.
see. Well, there's nothing in what is communicated here in this file note to indicate that the indicators identified by Ms Samios in her email of the 9th of January 2017 did not still exist.
So those indicia certainly could be seen to exist in the material.
Yes?
The key.
This didn't detract from it, is my point.
So what is this?
The email or your note of the conversation with Ms Samios.
The conversation went to a far more critical point, which is the absence of a legal issue at all. So if there's no legal issue at all, the application of the indicia doesn't even come into it. It goes to the scope and limit of the function of the Attorney General as First Law Officer, and what can often be a continuum between what is a legal issue and what is purely a policy issue or a regulatory issue that's outside of the Attorney General's responsibility.
Plainly something in respect of which minds might differ, that continuum.
Where it transitions from one to the other, yes, but it is an important distinction that otherwise the Attorney General would have oversight and responsibility of every action of government.
So was it the case that the department had only to say there is no legal issue, we're on sound legal ground, and you would fold up your tent and go away?
Not at all, Commissioner.
What did they do here that was special?
So it's the fold up the tent and go away bit, and also the what did the agency say? I understand the agency was genuinely believed there was no legal issue and conveyed that.
So if they sounded sincere, that would do the trick?
Generally, yes, Commissioner, and the reason for that is that there are many policy actions of government which can give rise to controversy. Every action of government is grounded in law one way or the other, whether that's constitution or statutory bases. And it's not the intention of the legal services directions or the function of the Attorney General as First Law Officer to cover those things. Like I said, there is a continuum of where it is triggered. We rely upon the assessment of agencies, but also our own common sense. Like we don't just take it unfiltered. We run our own sensibility over it. But it is based on the information that was available to the team, to my predecessors. That seems to be the case on the email records. I agree that there was no indication that the matter was a legal issue, and the agency, with the expertise in it, it's important that OLS can take their word and their advice.
They could have read Mr Martin in, I think it was the Sydney Morning Herald, on the 5th of January saying averaging is not legal under the Social Security Act, and thought about that. You know, it's not as if there was a dearth of information around them suggesting that this program contained illegal elements. But as long as the department said it's fine, that was it?
It's not that straightforward, Commissioner. I'm not aware if the team had reference to the media article you've referenced.
Well, they seem to have looked at other media, and I can't understand why that one didn't feature.
I can't answer that, Commissioner. I apologise.
But look, Mr Johnson, DHS ran a program which they'd been warned at the outset, because it involved averaging as a default position, would not conform with the Social Security Act. They'd been warned about that at the beginning. They went ahead and did it anyway. The Ombudsman was easily deflected. You were easily deflected. What's it say about our checks and balances? Do you not see that as a concern? And when I say you, you understand, I mean the office,
course,
not you personally.
Yes. I mean, I think a retrospective review of what happened here can only reach one conclusion, and that's probably that the system didn't work.
But it didn't work at such a lot of different points which might have picked it up. And if you were always going to say, well, as long as the department says, with a note of truth in their voice, that there is nothing wrong with this, there's no legal issue, then that's it for us. We leave immediately.
Again, Commissioner, I'll go to the point that that's not the totality of the information that would have formed my predecessor's views. It was that, together with the publicly available information that raised their initial flags, of course, that existed, but even that information, and again, I acknowledge the additional documents you've referred to, but it's not clear to me that that was available to my predecessors, based on what that information contained, but also the limits to what that information contained, together with the conversation with the agency, together with my predecessor's own assessments and sensibilities. And I think most importantly, and I acknowledge how this will sound, but most importantly, by the notion that the agency who has responsibility to manage their own legal matters and to report these matters to OLSC would, at least in a fair expectation of my predecessors at the time, would bring it to OLSC's attention should their view and their understanding of what issues were at play change. And I entirely acknowledge that that did not occur, but I still believe that's a fair expectation of the people in OLSC, and it continues to be a fair expectation. This is an example where things did not work. There are many, many other examples where the system works the way it's supposed to work, which is agencies are reliable. They do have the capability and the capacity and the buy-in to the role that OLSC performs on behalf of the Attorney General, that they do collaborate with OLSC and share information in an open manner. And frankly, that's the only way the system can work. Because of the volume of matters that the Commonwealth is engaged in, and the resources that my team has, and frankly, it would probably be an inefficient allocation of resources to build that
Thank you.
larger.
It was a simple question, though, wasn't it, to test Ms. Musolino's submission, effectively, or her belief that they were on a sound legal basis, to say, can you send us the advice that you've got?
That would have been something that was open. I don't know if that was a question that was posed. From my own experience, based on different information that was conveyed to OLSC at different times, an answer to that of we don't have any advice, we're not aware of any advice, might have been an answer. But frankly, I don't know if that was raised and what the answer was.
But it is the obvious question to the statement of belief.
Do you have any legal advice which informed the program? Yes, and it would be a question I would have asked.
Yes. And as you said earlier, plainly was a significant legal issue, always was.
Apologies, Counsel, could you repeat that?
This was a significant legal issue by any criteria.
In hindsight, it definitely was.
Well, within OLSC's hindsight, but you're not speaking here for Ms. Musolino, are you?
No, I'm simply saying objectively in hindsight, with what we know today, at that date it was definitely a significant legal issue.
When you say we, you're talking about OLSC only, or are you purporting to speak on behalf of DHS as well?
I'd be speaking of myself, what I know today.
Right.
And particularly in light of material I've reviewed ahead of today's appearance.
And specifically, what are you referring to there?
There were a number of documents in the bundle that I was provided which suggested that at various times, dating back well before 2017, there were questions about the legal basis of the program.
Are you referring there to documents which include determinations of the AAT about the lawfulness of averaging or its factual sufficiency to ground an allegation of debt?
That is one, and there are, yes.
And where an AAT, whether it be Tier 1 or Tier 2, concluded that averaged income was insufficient to ground an allegation of debt, that squarely is a significant legal issue if there are hundreds of thousands of those proposed to be raised under a government program.
That is correct.
Yes. You said earlier that a retrospective review of what happened here can only reach one conclusion, and that's probably that the system didn't work. More directly, would you say, from what you now know, that Ms Mussolino misled Ms Samios in this telephone call?
I don't know what subjective knowledge Ms Mussolino had, so I wouldn't be able to answer that question.
That highlights, really, doesn't it, the fact that Ms Samios just took Ms Mussolino's word for it?
Again, Councillor, as I said to the Commissioner, to an extent that is true, but it is not that one-dimensional. It was that, together with a range of other information that was available to Ms Samios, that led her to form that view.
Well, change her view.
No, I would disagree with that, Council. I think it's been represented that OLSC had a definitive view that it was definitely significant and must be reported, and that view was changed, and that's not correct on my reading. On my reading, OLSC had a view that there might be something here, it might be a significant issue that needs to be reported. There's enough information to at least raise the question, and that question warranted conversations to provide more information to be able to form a view.
Well, no, it warranted a draft report, according to the email, of 13 January 2017.
Again, Council, I think it's really important to make clear that that was a draft email prepared by a junior officer in the team. My expectation is that that was prepared to allow Ms Samios to send it should Ms Samios form a view that that was the appropriate step to take.
The junior officers within the team, in your experience, just do this of their own volition, that is, without any direction?
I can't say whether it was done with or without direction, but it wouldn't be an unusual thing for a team member to be proactive in that respect.
Well, let's turn to sanctions, because the failure to raise the significant legal issue in January 2017 by Ms Mussolino or Ms Campbell led to many years with many consequences, not just financial, to the Commonwealth Government. What do you know about the sanctions which have been imposed by any of the Attorney-Generals who have considered the question of what seems to be obvious non-compliance with the Legal Services Direction?
Sorry, which non-compliance? The failure to report a significant issue?
Yes.
First of all, no sanctions have been imposed, to my knowledge, Council.
Even for this matter?
That's correct.
Can you explain that?
I would query whether what occurred amounted to non-compliance with the directions in the moment. I've agreed with you that in retrospect, on all the knowledge that's at least available to me in this folder, I consider it correct that the matter was a significant legal issue and should have been reported. Whether that was subjectively known to the people involved such that it was truly non-compliance, or simply based on the information they had, it was a correct assessment, I don't know the answer to.
Obviously, that requires an investigation.
Correct.
In order to ascertain that. What's your understanding of the process by which an investigation which permits a conclusion about non-compliance with the Legal Services Directions is commenced?
You may misunderstand, Council, the nature and the purpose of the compliance regime with the Legal Services Direction. So investigations aren't undertaken. The purpose of compliance regime with the legal services directions, particularly ALSC's role in supporting agencies to comply with their obligations, is to, we have language, cliches or language that we have on our material, which is we take a facilitative approach, but to dig behind that label, the purpose isn't to find out non-compliance and punish agencies.
I thought you referred to the element of sanctions earlier in your evidence.
Certainly, Counsel, and that is a statutory power that is given to the Attorney General,
Yes.
but not to ALSC.
And given your long experience with the Attorney General's office and with ALSC, how does the attorney reach a point where a decision is made to impose sanctions for non-reporting of what is obviously a significant legal issue with such great consequences to the Commonwealth and the Australian public?
So as I've mentioned in my time, there has been no instance of a sanction being imposed for any non-compliance with the legal services directions.
It's uncharted territory, even in a case of this magnitude.
Yes.
They're not very alarming sanctions, are they?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms Hogan-Doran?
Commissioner, will you just give me one moment?
Sure.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'm indebted to those who are all seeking to assist me. Mr Johnson, in preparing that file note, did you understand from those assisting the Commonwealth that that was in order to assist the Commission in relation to inquiries made through Council?
That is correct. Yes.
All right. And you don't understand there to be any impediment on Ms Samios providing further assistance to the Commission directly by way of a statement?
No.
No. Commissioner, in light of the focus of my friend's questioning, and in circumstances where further detail in respect to the matters that have traversed in the file note, the Commonwealth will undertake to engage with Ms Samios to provide a statement that provides a complete picture.
Thank you. Instead of inflicting it on poor Mr Johnson, who's really just doing it second-hand.
He is, Commissioner, and he has sought to assist you on short notice on that topic. And might I also say, for my part, there may have also been some confusion by me in respect of the assistance that Ms Samios might have been able to provide directly.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions, or any questions.
Mr Johnson can be excused.
Yes. Thanks, Mr Johnson, for your help. You're excused.
Ms Marsh has the final witness.
Yes.
I call Ms. Jeannie-Marie Blake.
Now that you've just been told you can sit down, I'm going to ask you to stand up again. Would you prefer to take an oath or an affirmation?
An affirmation, please.
All right, that'll be delivered to you now.
The response is, I do. Do you solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Now you can take a seat. Thanks, Ms. Blake.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeannie. Do you have before you a copy of your statement provided to this commission?
No, I don't.
Wonder if that could be provided.
Yes, please, I'm waiting.
We haven't got one. Take mine. Jen, give it that.
I have it on the transcript. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeannie. Now, if you turn to tab 2. Is that your statement? Thank you, Jeannie.
Ms. Blake, I think.
Ms. Blake, have you provided evidence before this commission by way of a statement dated the 17th of January 2013?
I have.
Thank you. And that's Exhibit 5269 for the record. And is the information contained in that document true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I believe it is.
Thank you. Ms. Blake, I'll start by asking you some questions about your career history. There's no need to bring this up specifically on the screen, but Ms. Blake, you've provided that evidence in paragraphs 6 to 13 in your statement.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Now, you're a current employee of the Department of Human Services,
Yes, I am.
and you started working at DHS in about 2000,
Yes, I did.
and you've been working there more or less continuously since 2000.
Yes, that's correct, other than maternity leave.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. You started as a compliance officer in about 2007,
That's correct.
and that's your current role.
Yes.
And I'd like to take you to paragraph 11 of your statement, which I'll ask to be called up if possible. While paragraph 11 is being called up on the screen, Ms. Blake, is that the paragraph where you provide a description of your role as a compliance officer?
Yes, it is.
And you provide a description of your role as a compliance officer in that paragraph when you first started, so before the inception of the Robodebt scheme.
Yes, that's correct.
And so your role was to assess customers' entitlement to welfare benefits and to recover debts relating to the receipt of payments which exceeded those entitlements.
That's correct.
And your role involved you working with recipients to resolve compliance issues.
Yes, and employers as well.
And employers as well. So there was an investigative function.
That's correct.
And it required you to exercise judgment, having reviewed the evidence available and that you have been able to obtain to work out the most accurate and appropriate way to identify the existence of and the amount of any debt owed to Centrelink.
That is right. And when I first started back then, it was all about getting it right. And that was the program that I originally started on. And that was the importance of undertaking those steps.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. And so can I infer from that statement that you observed a shift in your role when you were operating under the Robodebt scheme?
A complete shift.
Okay. I'll come back to that, but can you tell me when you started in your role as a compliance officer whether you liked your work?
Yes, I did. I really enjoy working for the public service.
Yes.
We can't all be lawyers, but we can all serve the public, and I actually find it quite rewarding to be able to serve people that are, in general terms, in Services Australia, or often at risky points in their life or at bad points in their life, and I feel pride being able to help them through those times.
And can you tell me your view of what it means to be a public servant?
Serving the public and doing what's right by the public, for the public.
Thank you, Ms Blake. And can I confirm your role as a compliance officer has been in the Mornington office?
Yes,
And you say some things in your statement at paragraph 10 about the Mornington office.
yes. I talk about them being very experienced. I started there in 2007, but when I was there, the team that was already there were a team of what I would like to say is experts in that compliance arena. There's knowledge in that team that often get used by a lot of other areas when they need expert opinions on how processes work.
And am I right in thinking that there were some of your colleagues who'd been there for decades?
30 years or more.
Okay. Ms Blake, I'm going to take you now to what I understand to be your first encounter with the Robodebt scheme, and that was through the pilot program, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
And you give evidence of that pilot program in paragraphs 14 to 25 of your statement.
Yep.
And I'll take you to the very beginning of that. In paragraph 14, you refer to attending an initial meeting where the pilot program was explained to you.
Yes, that's correct.
And you were called to that meeting along with the other compliance officers in Mornington.
Yes, the entire team was there, the team leader, as well as, I believe, the area manager and the national manager.
And am I right in thinking that the area manager or your area manager had some updates to you or for you about what would be, and I think you used the words in your statement, as a new way of doing business?
A complete change in the way we've done business ever before.
And I might just bring up paragraph 16 where that phrase is used. And Ms Blake, I might summarise my understanding of some of the things that were said to you at that initial meeting, and I'd be grateful if you could confirm that I'm getting it right.
Yep.
Am I right in understanding that your area manager said that this new way of doing business would involve increased use of automation?
Yes, that's correct.
And that it would involve averaging income data provided by the ATO over financial periods, which were usually entire financial years?
Yes, that's correct.
And that during the course of that initial meeting, you were shown some of the letters that you'd be using?
And the interface that they would see online as well.
So you had a reasonably detailed understanding of this new proposal?
We certainly had an overview of it.
And am I right in thinking that even at that early meeting, you had identified some concerns about the way that it would work?
Yes, absolutely. And I think the experience in our team enabled the staff within our team to identify. I mean, like I said, I've been working there since 2007. At this stage, it's 2015. So I would say I wasn't a new, fresh, I was experienced, but there were staff there with a lot more experience and could immediately see that this program would be flawed.
Can I call out paragraph 19 of your statement? And in that paragraph, you start with the words, "When I heard about the proposal, I had several immediate concerns about it," and you list some of them. And again, I'll summarise some of them and ask you to confirm that I'm right. And I'll ask also the operator to call out the first part of that. So in 19A, you observe that you were shown a visual of the letters and you thought they were unclear and that some customers wouldn't understand them. Is that right?
Yes, they didn't explain that. The letter, from my memory, was just that, is this what you earned in that financial year? And you would think, yes, that is. There wasn't anything about, oh, we're going to average that over any time. It wasn't clear in those that it would say that.
So am I right in thinking that the methodology of using averaging wasn't made clear in those letters?
Not from my memory. It was not in there at all.
And did you also have a concern about the use of averaging?
Yes. Customers, the majority of customers that I saw, certainly in my time, when they are applying for an income support, it's because something's happened, or they are often sometimes students, in the very nature, they wouldn't have regular income. If they had a regular income, it would be unlikely, not impossible. Some people had the same income every week for periods of time, but that, in my experience, was far more unusual than having someone who would have casual income. And especially thinking of students, there was no way a student would have average income over a full financial year when they were finishing degrees or education, would have exams.
Ms. Blake, would I be right in saying then that the difficulty of using averaging over financial year periods was obvious to you?
Absolutely. You knew it was going to be inaccurate.
And am I right in thinking that averaging had on occasion been used in the past in your role?
I had never used it myself. And like I said, I've worked with some really experienced staff. I think they had used it as a last resort within the team. It certainly was never as a first resort. And to my knowledge, that there would be some sort of discussion with the customer before that would happen. And it wasn't something that happened often. I would say rarely would be a better explanation of where that was used. Rarely. And in my own instance, there was never a case where I decided that it would be best to average income.
And is that because you exercised your judgment based on the evidence available and you didn't see a circumstance where it would be appropriate to average?
That's right. And in fact, if I couldn't find the employer because the employer had been, closed down, or the customer didn't have any other way of providing information, I would usually just take it out of the data match and say it's inconclusive and there's not enough evidence to base an overpayment on, and I'd remove it.
Okay. Going back to those initial immediate concerns that occurred to you in that initial meeting, in addition to concerns about the letters and the methodology of averaging, in paragraph 19 you also identify some other concerns. And am I right in saying that in paragraph 19C you identify the vulnerable nature of many of the customers that you worked with?
Yes, and that was one of the more upsetting things, is we're saying it's reasonable to ask a customer to provide an information, but often these information that we're asking is years earlier. Customers that are in receipt of welfare are often very transient by nature. They don't often always own a property, so their home is insecure. They might have had 12 shifts and you're asking them within that 12 shifts to provide employment over 3 years or 4 years.
And going back to some of those immediate concerns you had, am I right in saying that another one, and this is my articulation of 19D, and I'd be grateful for your thoughts on it, is that your view is that some customers might have difficulties logging into and understanding the online aspect of the system?
Again, we were asking any working age. Some people are very confident using that technology, and I get now in 2023, people are more confident. But we're talking about in 2017, when more mature people were not as confident. The people that don't have access because they're homeless or are not well educated or left school at a young age where they weren't given the opportunity, are being expected to know how to get the access. I mean, it was before all these apps where you could just log in and do that. Not everyone was comfortable using that platform.
So Jeannie, Ms. Blake rather, am I right in saying that there are several concerns which are articulated in paragraph 19 broadly that were obvious to you at the stage of that meeting?
Absolutely obvious to me, and I think to everyone in my team.
And were those concerns raised in the course of that initial meeting?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to shift to the next part of your evidence, as articulated in your statement, which is starts at paragraph 26, where you expand upon your experience of the pilot program. And I'll start by referring to the heading day-to-day experiences. To be clear about the timing, your memory is that the pilot program started in about 2015.
Late 2015, I think.
And that it ran for a few months, give or take.
That's correct.
And in paragraphs 29 and 30, which I will call out, you give some evidence about your observations of the work that you did in the course of the pilot program. And am I right in saying that your view was there was a significant shift in the day-to-day work that you did?
It was completely foreign to what we had normally done. We'd normally looked to try and get the information from employers, and this had removed that layer at all, where that was our first process prior.
And Ms. Blake, am I right in thinking that there was a reduction of the investigative role?
There was no investigation result.
And I think in paragraph 30, in the second line from the bottom, you say you felt like you had become a call centre.
We had become a call centre. There was a big screen banged up in the room, and all of a sudden we could see calls coming in and coming out, and the focus was on getting the calls, not getting it right. The focus was on getting it done, not getting it right.
And how did you feel about that shift in your role?
It felt unethical. It didn't feel right. We knew that the information and the work that we were doing was not right. It wasn't the best information. That was the spiel we were told to give people, that it was the best information. That wasn't the truth either.
Ms. Blake, when you say we, are you referring to your colleagues?
I'm referring to myself and my team, yes.
And did you observe a shift in morale in your team?
Yes, absolutely. We were, we'd spoken out about it so much and we were ignored. We were we couldn't get things in writing. We were instructed to do the job and just get it done, just get on the phones, just keep doing. And no care on accuracy, no care on correctness. We had things about pillars of correctness and getting it right. All of that was out the window.
Ms. Blake, I'll shift to some aspects of that experience shortly, but before I do, if I could take you to the next part of your statement, and the heading is shift in customer call experience, and it's that's just above paragraph 33 for the record. And I wondered if I could call out paragraph 35, because I wanted to ask you about another shift in the workplace that you observed. Am I right in thinking that there was a shift in the experience that customers had under the Robodebt scheme?
Yes, absolutely. Previously, we knew exactly how the overpayment had occurred. We could explain week to week what they'd earned versus what... So it was very clear for the customer to understand, where they didn't have any clear understanding.
Ms. Blake, can I start from that proposition and to ask you about some of the matters in paragraph 35? Did you observe that customers were aggressive and frustrated?
Yes, they had rightful anger because it wasn't clear, it wasn't simple, and it just, for customers, they couldn't understand. They were asked, did they earn this? They said yes, and then we say, now you owe us this.
And can I ask you some more things about paragraph 35? Did you observe that customers would do things like yell and swear in frustration and anger?
Yes.
And Ms. Blake, can you tell me how it felt to come into the office every day and endure those sorts of experiences?
It was very hard. It was, a lot of staff got medical certificates, so they didn't have, not a lot, some staff that I knew of got medical certificates, so they didn't have to answer the phones. Answering the phones was pressure for some people, knowing that you'd have to de-escalate before you could get any sort of understanding to the customer of what was going on was pressure. It was stressful, and then you had this board on the left saying how many were still left in the queue, so you knew that as soon as you got off that one, you had to get back on and take another one. It was immense amount of pressure.
And another aspect of that I wanted to ask you about was whether you observed other distressing behaviour, such as customers who had thoughts of self-harm or suicidal ideation.
Yes, I did. I did see that. We had a process where you would try and get a social worker, which was great if the social worker was available. But there were times when you'd go to get a social worker, and I can give an example of like late on a Friday afternoon. Good luck trying to get a social worker. They were not there. And then trying to have to tell the customer, well, we're going to book a call for someone to call you. I understand that you're distressed, and I understand how upsetting this is for you. I'm going to get someone to give you a call in the next 48, 72 hours. You know, I'm really sorry I can't give you more. I wasn't a trained social worker. I could only do my best.
And Ms. Blake, am I right in thinking that your evidence is that your processes were not sufficient to deal with the nature of distress that you're receiving on the phone line?
Absolutely.
And am I right in thinking that impacted both customers and staff?
Absolutely. The mental stress and pressure that was placed on staff for this policy. We were conduits to an arbitrary and unaccountable policy that allowed customers to give us their rightful anger and being upset about a process that wasn't fair, but that came back to us. Our managers did not care, did not want to hear about it, didn't want to know about it.
Ms. Blake, if you'd like a break, please don't hesitate to let me know. I know that
No, I'm fine.
this can be difficult evidence to give. Is there a particular incident involving one of your colleagues that you wanted to share with the Commission today?
Yeah, there is. There's a particular Friday afternoon, and we had a colleague who had a really rough call. Luckily, they were able to get a hold of a social worker, and the social worker stayed on call with them until they got a welfare check, and at which point the staff member was instructed that they could end the call now. When they come into work on Monday, they were told that that person suicided over the weekend. And if you're upset about that, call EAP and we'll get a social worker out to the team.
And is that your employee assistance program?
Yep. The employee assistance program that fixes everything when you're not happy, if you're upset, use EAP. He was still, we got a social worker come in, 6-8 weeks later and did a whole thing with the team and then said, well, we understand somebody in the room had an incident. Does anyone want to talk about it? And that colleague had to relive that experience that had happened, re-traumatise themselves while they were explaining what happened. Then we discussed it in the room and everyone was upset. I don't think there was a dry eye in that room. And then at the end, we went with that person out to have a cigarette. And then we saw the social workers just drive off. See you later, job done. Not even a check-in to that colleague and say, are you okay? That colleague worked for 30 years and I saw that colleague after that just give up. They used all their personal leave. There was no thanks for your 30 years of service. It was just, oh, by the way, that colleague's no longer coming back. Once they'd had exhausted all their personal leave.
Thank you for sharing that experience, Ms. Blake. I wanted to take you back to the conclusion of the pilot program. And am I right in thinking that you had been giving feedback about some of those initial concerns that you had throughout the pilot program?
Yes,
And that,
we've all been giving feedback along.
and when you
the way.
say we'd all, are you meaning the other compliance officers who were implementing
Yes,
the program?
in my team at Mornington.
Okay. Now I wanted to shift to some of the observations you've given about the implementation of the scheme. And so I wanted to move to paragraph 49, which is where you deal with...
Maybe just give Ms Blake a minute. She's trying to get a tissue out of her box.
So thank you.
Sorry, Ms Blake, my apologies.
So where were we? Paragraph 49, was it?
Paragraph 49, Ms Blake, would you like a break or
No,
are you
that's
content
fine.
to proceed? Thank you. I wanted to ask you about some of your observations about the implementation of the scheme, and you've already alluded to some of those, but I wanted to draw out paragraph 51. Am I right in thinking that one of the significant shifts between the pilot program and when the scheme was implemented was the volume?
Absolutely.
And I wanted to also ask some further questions about the focus on results and statistics.
Yep. So there was a introduction of what they called the boost board about that time.
And is that what you refer to in paragraph 53?
Yep. And this would display the number of inbound calls we took, the number of the claims that were processed, the reviews that were finalised, and the adherence and the accuracy.
And am I right in understanding that you had daily meetings?
Yep.
In respect of your boost statistics?
Yes.
And then that you would have monthly one-on-one feedback sessions where you talked about specifically your statistics?
That's correct. If you weren't meeting the amounts or the targets or whatever, we weren't given an actual figure, but you would certainly be given the push when you did your one-on-one with your team leader.
And can I just... Yeah.
I'd really like to say Mornington was an office in their own on this, that were not required to have their names on the boards. I think we were the only office in the compliance division that refused to have our names placed on the board, thus preventing shaming of individual staff members.
And am I right in thinking that's something that the Mornington office asked for
We had
specifically?
union support, and we were a strong union team, which helped us to prevent having public shaming around that board with our stats and our figures.
And can I draw out paragraph 58, which is... Am I right in thinking that your view was that all of these measures increase the pressure on staff members to produce results?
It was all about getting it done. It was no longer about getting it correct. The pillars of correctness, the just getting it right, was gone. It was get it done. This is how we're doing it. And I was pulled into a meeting at the start of that, which when at the start of the actual, when they told us it was going ahead, and they said, you've got three choices. Your three choices Are you going to transfer to another division where you're happy to do the work? You're going to quit and get a job where you're happy to work, or you're going to stop complaining and you're going to do the work.
So am I right in saying that when you raised concerns, those concerns fell on deaf ears?
Yes.
And we've talked about some of those initial concerns that you had, but I wondered if I could draw out paragraph 72 and 73, where you identify some concerns that became clear to you as you progressed.
Yep.
Can you tell me about your concerns in respect of the APS Code of Conduct?
An APS Code of Conduct behaves honestly with integrity. This policy was not honest, nor did it have any integrity. It talks about care and diligence in connection with the APS employment, and also talks about treating everyone with respect and courtesy. We weren't treating the customers with respect and courtesy, and nor were our management treating us with respect and courtesy, I feel that the managers in that instance were in breach of their code of conduct in the way they treated their staff and the way they forced the staff to treat our customers, our public, the public that we are employed to serve.
And am I right in thinking that you raised those specific concerns?
With the CPSU.
And
Yes.
did you raise those concerns
Yes,
at
and with
work?
team members and meetings, yes.
And in paragraph 75, do you identify some of the team members that you raised those concerns with?
Yep.
I have a few final questions which I wanted to ask. The first one is why it was important for you to give evidence today?
It was important for me because I've been I was at the pilot. I was the regional, and all the way through, I worked through some capacity. Mornington was an office that worked at some level through every stage of this whole Robodebt debacle. And we were speaking about the incorrectness from the start till the end. And all the management, all the higher levels that I've sat and I've listened to through this, who can't remember, can't recall, can't recollect, couldn't put your mind to it, I can't forget. And I know there are many more staff just like me who can't forget what happened and what we were forced to deliver to customers. And I felt strong that to stand up and speak the truth when you know something is wrong, whether or not it pleases your managers, is the right and ethical thing to do, and it's serving the public. And as a public servant, that's what I am employed to do, not do the job that I am instructed. I am serving the public, and in the public's best interest, I want to be truthful. And we deserve a voice in this room as much as every manager you've heard, everyone who can give you a reason on how they didn't know and why they didn't know. And for every customer that's had to listen to that, I wanted to say, I do remember. I remember. And may I be the only person that wants to stand here and say, I work for Services Australia and I have been proud to work for Services Australia. I remember and I will not forget. And customers have a right to know that they were not crazy. Staff thought we were going crazy. The pressure that staff felt, the pressure to do it. You started questioning. I can't tell you how many times the process has changed. You couldn't get anything in writing. No one would give you anything in writing. You'd ask, they'd go, no, just do this, just do that. Or having another quick minute around the boost board. Tell you something else has changed.
Ms. Blake, can I take you to one part of what you've just said, which is, and something that you've advocated for, Am I right in thinking that you would like an apology?
Absolutely. I asked for an apology not long after Scott Morrison had given his glib apology.
And would that be an apology for employees?
For employees, I wrote a problem solver, something that we have to do if we want to have a problem raised on the boost board. So I was like, okay, I want to use the boost board for my advantage. So I raised the request to have an apology, that staff should never be treated like this again. My manager took it to the management team, and she come back and told me I wasn't entitled to an apology because I was a public servant being paid. So therefore I wasn't entitled to an apology. No one, when it was ceased, came back and said, hey, it's stopped now. What we were told, if you need anything, reach out to EAP. No one had a meeting with Mornington. We were a whole team that had done that since 2015 till it stopped. And it just stopped. No one said, hey, are you okay? Do you want to have a meeting about this? We're sorry is the very least. I believe there is a breach in the Workplace and Healthy Safety Act. I believe my mental health was not protected. I became a conduit for what we now know is an unlawful policy. But I was the one at the front line being forced to deliver that to people with no care from management. Management did not want to hear my story. In fact, I was told, do the work or go.
Thank you, Jeannie. I have no further questions. The Commissioner may.
Mr Glover?
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms Blake, thank you for your evidence. Commissioner, I also note in the tender bundle for today, although the witness is not being called, there is another witness statement of a similarly affected employee. That's Exhibit 5290.
Thank you. Ms Blake, thank you very much for your time and for giving us that story. You're excused, although we'll adjourn for the day now anyway, so we'll all be getting up and going home.
Can I just thank you for the opportunity to come and talk?
Well, you certainly took it well. We'll adjourn till 10 o'clock tomorrow.
All rise. The Commission stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.